Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I'm going to give everybody just a couple more minutes to get online. Some of the comments, Sarah, you are in the right place. I'm so sorry that you are frustrated and you got confused. You can always go back and rewatch the lunch one. You just need to go to our YouTube channel and it should be there. If it's not there, it's because it's still processing through YouTube. And the earlier one in the morning should be there as well. Or you can go to Facebook page, Cedar Fort Books, and you can find all of the different blocks of the conference there. All righty, we are here. This is Instagram Advanced. Who's ready to get better at Instagram? It's just being glitchy. Okay, hold on. Usually it lets me see more of the screen. So let me redo this. There we go. There we go. All right. It's kind of hard to present if you can't see anything but your slides. Okay, here we go. Instagram Advanced. Instagram is a phone app. Hopefully you know that if you're here for the advanced class. Instagram is all about lifestyle. I think that probably number one thing for Instagram is eye candy. Number two is lifestyle. That's what you're selling when you're on Instagram, whether you're actually making money or not. That's what you're selling is a lifestyle. So a term you're going to hear a lot throughout this presentation is eye candy. It's for people who appreciate what they see more than or equal to what they read. Okay, so back to building your platform. It doesn't matter if you're on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube or none of it at all. Your platform needs to have a base, and your content needs to be based off of that. So whatever your thing is what should be represented in your content. And if you're on Instagram, it should be a lifestyle that you want to promote, right? Okay, so I'm just going to go through the different types of authors that we have. I may not get all of them because we publish just about everything. So we have everything. But say you're a children's book author. So what does this look like for you on Instagram? Well, you could be teaching about parenting and children. You could do reviews on other kids' books. You can talk about or review kids' events. You can make lesson plans. If you look over here to the side, this is a lesson plan that I helped an author make to go with her book. And this is just an example of what something could look like. And this is content that you would give away for free. Something small like this, like a lesson plan. If you had like a book of lesson plans, a bunch of lesson plans, then you might want to sell that. But that's after working people through the funnel, which we'll get to that later on today, how a funnel works, to the point where they're ready to buy something instead of just getting all the freebies, right? Let's see, entertaining videos for kids. So you could be making entertaining videos for kids is what I mean. Making games that kids can play. And think about who your audience is. And here's the thing with children's books. The audience is not kids, right? I hope you figured this out if you're a children's book author, that your audience is actually not kids. It's teachers and parents. Sometimes grandma buying Christmas presents, right? Yes, Sarah, just stay here on this link. Everything you need to know about all the advanced classes is going to be right here. It won't go we're not going anywhere else for the rest of the day. Okay, so historical romance or fiction. You can share other romance books. So you can kind of do the review thing or just kind of like swapping thing on Instagram. Authors events, idyllic pictures from wherever you get your ideas. So tell a story on your Instagram. These are just a couple of ideas of how you can use Instagram if you're a historical romance author. Now, this is a really brilliant Instagram account. It's called the Chicklet Book Club. It's kind of hard to say if you say it fast. She doesn't have a lot of followers, but I think she will because her content is beautiful. And look at what she's doing. So in these pictures, everyone has a book, right? But she's also making about this lifestyle. Like this book actually has, this one on the bottom left-hand corner, has nothing to do with baking a cake as far as I know. I mean, it could, but I don't think it does. But she took the colors and she put together this little montage picture of that matches the book cover. And then she's done it over here on the other side with this outfit. And she does this over and over and over again. She matches outfits to these books. And I think it's really cute. And it's a really great way to help showcase other authors' books. So this is something you can do. And now remember, this is the 80-20 rule that she's doing here. I would assume, I actually don't know if she's an author or not, but if she was an author, what I would do occasionally is feature my books like that as well. I probably should start doing that. Something like that. Okay, so if you're an LDS author and you write doctrinal works, so here's a good example of an LDS-based Instagram account. So they do quotes and quotes from a lot of the general authorities. And let's see, that one's even Russell M. Nelson on the bottom right-hand corner. So you can talk about what scriptures and talks do you think people should be talking about and should be reading. So you can do a quote with those. You could start a discussion. If you did not attend the last marketing conference, actually, we didn't get to do this at the marketing conference. I had to post it later. But there's a video, and I will make it available later on YouTube, the Cedar Fort YouTube channel, about a Canva tutorial, how you can make this. And you can use Canva on your phone, which is perfect for Instagram because there's a lot of limitations to editing your photos on the Instagram app. There actually is ways you can do it, but it's pretty limited. And you're not going to get something that looks as good as these right here. Let's see. What is the latest church news? So anyway, I mean, look at how many likes this top left-hand corner photo has. It has a quote from Jeffrey R. Holland on it. That's really good engagement. And I can tell you that whenever you post anything with a prophet or someone, one of the general authorities, you are going to get a lot of engagement. So that's really good for you if you write LDS doctrinal. Keep that in mind. Now, cookbooks. I said this earlier in the day, and I hope I didn't offend any of my cookbook authors, but cookbooks are so easy. The hardest part is taking a good picture. I guess maybe making your food look nice could be difficult. But I mean, in terms of like figuring, oh, what am I going to post today? Your creativity just is your cooking, and you don't have to come up with, crazy schemes every day of how to get people interested in your content. Because what you're doing is your content. And it works perfectly that way. So videos of recipes, pictures of foods, demonstrations is easy and perfect way to do that. All right, autobiographical book. So this would be nonfiction. This is our girl, Al Caraway. Share about you. She is an influencer. She's not just an author. She's not just a speaker. She's an actual influencer. Anything that she touches sells. So audiences, if this is your platform, that your platform is about you, I'm not saying that you should run off and do this if you're not autobiographical, okay? But if this is you, audiences love hearing about your lifestyle. There's that word again, lifestyle, right? And she does beautiful pictures. She has some background in photography, so she's really good at it. And there's that eye candy too, her cute little family. It's a nice bright picture. It's centered well. And this one over here of her crying was a video. I took a screenshot from a video that she did. She had a lot of engagement on this post, and not to cheapen what she was going through, but this is her platform, is talking about her life. And people really do, I don't want to use the word like, but I think they relate to your vulnerabilities. And so that really works well for her. Not that she shares her vulnerabilities just to get more likes or follows, but just that her, I think Tyler said it earlier in the day, if you follow Al Caraway, you're basically like her friend, right? Is what the kind of content you're going to get. And so, you know, who doesn't want to be there for their friend during difficult times? And then if you're going to show your vulnerabilities, though, you don't want to just get on there and just be like crying and upset. What she does is she turns it around into like a lesson for her viewers. That's what everything Al does. That's her thing, is it's lessons that she takes from the scriptures and testimonies and that different thing. And she's very, very good at it. So if that's kind of how your book is, go watch Al Caraway and what she's doing on YouTube and Instagram, and don't copy her, but use her as inspiration. All right. Oopsie. Be social. I thought it was being cute. Now that I'm looking at it, it looks silly, but I do like bees. Anyway, so engagement is liking. So part of being on social media, and I can't hammer this enough, is being social. It counts. It counts. It's not just about your content. Your content is a huge portion, but it's not just about that. You need to be social on social media. So liking on Instagram, double tap that little heart. Commenting. Comments are really good for everyone. They're good for you, and they're good for the person who you're commenting on, because it brings up their engagement, brings up their post, right? But it also is like introducing you. It's like a business card introducing you to whoever is reading the comments and to the person's account that you're commenting on. So if you can get comments, you're doing really, really well. Even negative, all publicity is good publicity, right? Just make sure the negative comments aren't coming from you. So what I'm saying is, if you're getting negative comments, you don't have to delete them. Just leave them, or just say something, you know, that kind of smooths it over or whatever. And it still brings up your engagement. I mean, Instagram really doesn't care if it's a negative comment or not, unless, you know, they have their rules. If it gets out of hand, you can report it. If lots of swearing and threats and that sort of thing. Okay, sharing. When you share, you're putting a spotlight on yourself to the other user, right? Plus you expand your content. So if you're, always make sure you're tagging who you got the content from. You don't want to get in trouble with that. But then you also need to post your own original content. Need that bar to go away. There really are actually bots, artificial intelligence that the social medias use that know if an image has been used before. And it quite likes it when it hasn't been used before, and that helps move your post up through the rankings. Okay, now here's a little tactic that you may have seen happen to you, or that you can do yourself. It's I don't know what it's called actually, but we're going to call it the search, like, comment, follow, reciprocate tactic. So basically what this means is you search for something that is relatable to you, to your platform, right? So for me, I would search for clean romance, just for an example. And then I find somebody else, their content that I like, and I like it. And then I put a thoughtful comment, puts me in their view, right? And then I follow them. And sometimes They will be curious of who this is. This doesn't typically work with people who have like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers, but a little bit lower than that, this can work pretty well, especially if you're commenting, liking, and following. And then they may reciprocate. And you can do this over and over and over again. And it's a great way to build up a community around yourself. I'm sure it's happened to you. It happens to me all the time. Well, somebody will do this and then like my account and then unlike it like the next day if I don't reciprocate, or even if I do. And that's annoying. But that doesn't mean that it's not a legitimate way to build up your account and to build up that community around your Instagram. Okay, now if you haven't figured out how to use the carousel yet, the carousel is a beautiful way to use Instagram because, again, Instagram is all about the eye candy, right? So you see a picture and you like it, and then what can you do? You can swipe and you see more and more and more. You can do up to 10 pictures on the carousel. You can find apps. It's not worth mentioning because they change all the time, but you can find apps that will help you do really cool carousel pictures where you can put in the pictures and it will break it up for you, and it'll even put it in your Instagram app. I guess it puts it in your photo reel, and then all you have to do is pick it and then upload it, and it does it all beautifully for you. Here's another really good example of how you can really utilize the carousel. So each of these little squares is another swipe on your carousel. And what's beneficial to us as authors is that we can use this to tell a story. That's what we're good at, right? So if you can just change your mindset a little bit to tell a visual story, and you can use words, that still works as evidenced by this one, then you'll be really successful with this. So here's kind of the rules for telling a story, okay? So first thing, we all know this, you want to capture attention. You got to get that hook. Well, it's the same with Instagram, okay? Capture their attention with that first picture on the carousel. Once you've captured their attention, maybe you want to do 2 pictures that are just so they'll keep swiping, don't want the second picture to be super boring, right? And then you want to build interest. And then what you can do is a call to action. And let me show you kind of how I did this. So this is my new release. I'm not trying to market to you. It's just the example I have. So I have memes because my book is a comedy. And so memes they're going to attract people who like things that are funny, right? So it's also about Bigfoot. And that's why these are all Bigfoot. So what I did was I have these 4 that were memes. And then the last one you can see is my 20% of this post. So I took it one step further. I'm not just doing 80-20 of my whole account. I did 80-20 on the post too. So most of the post is just content that people will enjoy. And then the last little bit is so people know what I'm all about. And if they want to read a book about someone's Bigfoot boyfriend, then they have that information now. Okay, and hashtags. Now, Tyler covered this morning. So if you were here this morning, I'm sorry, there's going to be a little bit of an overlap just so that people who weren't here get all the information, but we're going to take it to the next level, hopefully. So hashtags are keywords, right? We all understand that Instagram uses to target your post to the right people. If you frequently like posts that have, for example, hashtag am reading, Instagram will automatically show you more ads and recommended posts that have that hashtag. So what does that mean for you? That means that if you're using the right hashtags, Instagram will be doing the same thing for you, especially if you use them consistently. Plus, you can search by hashtags using them as a keyword. So on the phone, this is a super slow and annoying process. And if Trina Boyce is still here, if you could post in the comments how it is that you're doing Instagram on your computer. If it's like, did you have to download something for it, or Does it just work on non-Mac computers properly? I don't know. If you could tell me that in the comments, I'd appreciate it, Trina. But anyway, it's super slow to do that, with your phone, and annoying, especially if you're not like in your 20s and just really good at that. So you can use up to 30 hashtags, and you need to vary the popularity. And Tyler talked about that. So, but here's what I'm getting at is that for your iPhone, this is a quick way that you can do it, where you can do it ahead of time, or even do it on a computer and copy and paste it into your phone. And then it's ready to go every time. So you can have different lists for different types of posts. I don't know about you, but sometimes I do different types of posts, so they don't all require the same hashtag. Some of them are the same though. So there's for iPhone, and there's for Android. And I know I went through that really quick, but I would like you to remember this and come back and reference this later, so that, and I will probably copy it and put it in the comments for later too. I just can't do it right now while I'm live, because it'll take up too much time. But there's ways to do it for both Android and iPhone. And let's go back to the using only 30. So you can only use, you can only use 30 hashtags. And you want to vary the popularity of those hashtags. So Tyler laid this out really well this morning. So if you want to go back and look at the specific numbers, but I'm just going to tell you, when you're starting to type in a hashtag, it'll come up with a number, right, that says how many people have used it. That's how you can gauge the popularity. So you want to use some that are kind of low popularity, or have none at all. So you're making up your own hashtags. You want to use some that have millions. You want to use some that only have hundreds, and some that have thousands, right? So that's basically what that means. Play around with it and see what your audience likes. Okay. So posting frequency on Instagram, you've got to post at least once per day if you want to keep that engagement up. I know this is difficult. I have a secret for you guys. Canva, I know I talk about Canva a lot, but it's a really great free app. And if you pay for the pro one, it's not that expensive, and it's really, really nice to do social media. And so what Canva has done now is they have a planner. So you can plan out your whole week, and you can make all of your social media posts and put them in their planner, and then they'll upload them for you. So that's pretty awesome that you can do that all in one place. The optimal, though, for posting on Instagram is twice per day. So that doesn't mean 2 photos per post. That doesn't mean that. What that means is that you can have unlimited, however many in your carousel or whatnot, photos. You can post a lot in one post, but you need to do it twice a day. So let's talk about the story, though, because if you run out of posts, regular posts on Instagram, you can use the story, and you can use the story as much as you want, and it doesn't matter to your regular engagement. So it's very similar to the Facebook story. And they can actually be cross-posted if you have your accounts tied together. So you can also tag people in the story. So that's a great way to build that community. If you like someone's post, then you share it. And here it is. So here's how you do it. When you're on their post, you like it, you just hit the little airplane, add post to your story. You can do the @mention. Now, let me go back, though, make sure I covered all of this. So on the story, I think I mentioned you can post unlimited times per day. And the story is actually a better format for videos because it does the full length of the camera, of the phone. So the video can be the whole screen versus your regular posts that go in the feed are just that little square, right? So not always ideal for a video. So Instagram TV also has the full size videos, so that's better. Okay. Okay. Back to the interest, which is the hook, the desire, and the action. So what people are really asking when they're on social media and they're going through this stuff is, what's in it for me? So are we talking about just like the eye candy, or are we talking about like a sale on a book or a product that they're really interested in? That's what that means. So first, when you're generating that interest, remember the first few pictures need to generate the interest. They need to be the hook, the eye candy on Instagram. So put your best and your most unique picture first. And then I think people automatically swipe if they can, because we're just curious people. I don't think you have to tell them to swipe. I think people will just do it. And then they want to spark that desire. So what is the desire? What do you want their desire to be? Is it to be like you? Are you a lifestyle poster? Is it to have what you have, to know what you know, to look like how you look? And this goes for all of social media, not just Instagram. It applies to all of it. Is it to know the rest of the story, to see the rest of the picture, to see how it turns out? But then you need to provide a way for them to take that action. So if you have over 10,000 followers, you can have the swipe up on stories, and that directs to a link. But if you don't have that, if you're not to 10,000 yet, you can put a link in your bio. So, but you can only put one link. So if you have a website, direct them to your website. That kind of defeats the purpose, though, of having a really nice Instagram. So if you need more than one link, you can use Linktree. I'll show you what that looks like. This is what a Linktree looks like. Just go to linktr.ee and sign up for an account, and then you can put all of your links in there. And it's one link on your Instagram bio that leads to all of these links. So you can see I'm using this one for the Cedar Fort podcast. And what I wanted people to be able to find easily was the different places you can download a podcast, because everybody does it somewhere else, right? So I made sure to cover all my bases there. I use that on Facebook too, so it doesn't clutter up all my posts with a bunch of links and stuff everywhere. Okay, so I'm going to go into insights. I'm running quickly out of time here. But I'm going to cut into Tyler's time a little bit because I can. He's got an hour and I only had half an hour. So let's talk about the insights of tab section of Instagram. Now this is Cedar Fort's. I don't think Cedar Fort minds if we use this. But here you can see this is the content tab right here, right? And this is showing me how many people saw my each individual. Oh, you can't see my mouse. Good. So right here, you can see how many times people saw each individual post there. Okay, so that's important information just to kind of get an idea of which posts are doing better than others. And then we kind of want to find out why. Why is one post doing better than another? So we'll go over here to the activity tab. And you can see that on Monday, we did really, really well. So what did we post on Monday? What was so special about Monday, right? Then take it a step further here. This is scrolled down on the same activity tab. The interactions, we had 90 interactions, 88 profile visits, which is good, 9 website clicks, 1 get directions. I don't know why that's on there or why that was clicked. We don't actually use that, but it's there. Okay, then over here to the audience tab, you can see how many followers we have and how much growth we have. So we actually lost a couple, a lot, and then but we gained more. So we netted 4 there. And then you can see here how the growth went. What day did we lose those people? So that's interesting. It's the same day on Monday right there. So what does that tell you about your post? Oops. Okay. Then over here, this is scrolled down further on the audience tab. Now this this is who our audience is, our age range. So primarily, our audience is 18 to 54-year-old women. It's majority women here. You can see 77% of our followers are women, and only 23% are men. So if we want to follow the trend, we would continue to post things that appeal to that demographic. If not, if we want to change our demographic, then we need to figure out, what do the men like? So we get more men, right? Change what we're posting every day. And then further down on the audience tab here, we see the followers according to time and when they're looking on Instagram. And that's really important because that's how you know when to post. Okay, so who is your audience? That's what we just covered. When are they on Instagram? What posts are performing well? Are they clicking on your bio? Are they clicking on your links? Are your followers growing? Is your audience women? So our audience is women between 25 to, I have 44 here, but it's actually 54 years old. And I need to post between noon or 9 p.m. That's the best time for our account. And here's a really good example of Temple.photos and how they get engagement without asking for it, right? Well, they kind of do, but they say, look over here where it says A or B. So they're asking you to tell him which picture do you like better. So then he gets comments. And that's really brilliant, I think, because he's providing the really good content, and he's asking for feedback in a way that doesn't make people feel pushed or, like people want to say which one they like best, because we all love telling our opinions, right? Okay, so engagement on Instagram is clicks on the bio, swipes. So every time somebody's on your carousel and they're swiping, likes, comments, bookmarks. This is a bookmark over here. So they can save your post. That's equals engagement. Engagement is what tells the algorithm to move your posts up, to show more people your posts, that you're doing really well. Okay, so in social media, again, for the billionth time, and probably not the last time today, content is king. It doesn't matter what platform you're on. Beautiful, interesting, original content is what wins the day. And being social is the whole point of all social media. So make sure you're responding to your audience. Find your tribe, find your people, and engage with them. Make friends. And don't always push your book. Again, it's that 80-20. 80% of the time, you need to be providing content that is interesting to people. 20% of the time or less is when you need to be pushing your book. All right, so that's the end of the slide. So I'm going to jump over here and kind of scan the questions. It's difficult for me to tell the difference if you guys are talking to each other. It just gives me all the comments at once. Just give me a second. Mark Hansen mentioned a major point is relevance. Find relevant people to comment on and make your comments. And he's so right. Relevance is really important. If you're commenting on somebody's post that has nothing to do with your platform, I mean, it's not taboo. It's not like you can't do it, but it's not going to do you any favors, probably. Okay. Okay, so Trina says again, she posts on Instagram from her PC. I know you cannot do it from Mac, so I guess you can just do it on, like, are you using Chrome?
Unless you use Creator Studio.
You have to use Creator Studio?
On a Mac and on that.
Okay, there you go. Tyler says you have to use Creator Studio.
I'll show it on my thing.
Okay, Molly, what is the name of that app again? Are you talking about Canva? It's Canva. Okay, where am I seeing all these stats for Instagram? Okay, so first of all, you do need to have a business Instagram account in order to get stats. So that's an important thing to know. As we talked about this morning in the basics, you can switch back and forth easily between a business account and a regular one. Okay, Trina says it's a Chrome app that you can use to post on Instagram also, or you can use Creator Studio. Or like I mentioned earlier, Canva does it now too for you. Okay, so if there's not any more questions, it is time to move on now to Facebook Advanced. And I'm just a little bit late. I only went over 6 minutes. So I'm gonna turn off the camera for a minute and get Tyler set up, and he'll be back with you in a second.
All right, what's up, peeps? Let me just get in the zone again. Okay, I hope everyone is doing fantastic. All right, if you have any questions about Facebook, please let me know. Okay, so let me exit this real quick. Hold on. Stop screen. Share screen, application. All right. I just want to go over some things real quick. Once again, pick your team and dig in. All right. So right now talking about Facebook, but just pick two. You just have to pick two. Don't be overwhelmed. And know what your audience is doing. I pick YouTube and Twitter because that's where my audience is, and I'm able to engage them. And I know Valerie talked about it. How about commenting and stuff? So, okay, let's hit present. Oh my gosh. All right, we're just going to do it like this. Okay. Valerie sees this. She's going to freak out. Why did you do it that way? Okay. Facebook Marketing Advanced. Okay, this is what we're going to talk about. Myths. What content does Facebook like? Live videos. What do you need to make this happen? And how to utilize Facebook groups. Now, I told you guys that that for my personal platform, I use Twitter and YouTube heavily. However, I do have a third platform that I use, and that is Facebook. And how do I use Facebook? I utilize Facebook groups. It is huge. My engagement is massive because of Facebook groups. My interactions with my community and other creators is huge because of Facebook groups. I really believe in them. I'm putting out my clock right here so I know how long I need to talk. All right, let's do this. If you have any questions, let me know. All right, myths. Hold on, I gotta stop sharing real quick. Present. So all right, so Facebook myths. Facebook wants you to stay on their platform. That is 100% true. Facebook wants you to stay onto their platform. However, it doesn't mean that they're not okay. That doesn't mean that they're not going to promote your stuff when you post it. So, for example, a huge myth that's been said a lot is that they don't want you to leave the site. So you shouldn't post anything that takes them off the site. For example, I do tons of my marketing is on YouTube. So someone might say, well, you should just post the video onto Facebook because then Facebook will give a better engagement. I've actually found the opposite. I've gotten just as much engagement throwing it up on Facebook as I have just linking the video onto Facebook and saying, go click on the YouTube link and watch it here. I've actually found a ton of success doing that. So that's one of the myths. Another one of the myths is that Facebook only likes like negative content. And while that is true, what they're really looking for is engaging content. That's why it's important to be relevant. Post about something that's going on and have an opinion. Don't be scared to share your opinion. Here's a marketing myth right now. You're going to please everyone. It is okay for you to not please everyone. Let me tell you guys a story. I have my community. I have my YouTube channel, and I've been very neutral and just been very friendly to everyone. Well, I finally decided, you know what? Let me share an opinion. What me sharing that opinion did was it kind of divided my audience, and some people left. I lost a couple people, but because I shared my opinion, I actually grew my audience like way more than I expected. I've had huge growth ever since because showing my opinion because not everyone's going to agree with you, but those who do agree with you are going to really latch on to you. So myth, don't share your opinion. No, you should share your opinion. Okay. And if there's something, by the way, you guys want me to showcase in here, I am more than happy to do so. Okay. What kind of content does Facebook like? Content that will engage, that will drive engagement, comments, and shares. Those are the big ones. I don't think Facebook cares about likes. Likes are great. You can say my post got 100 likes, which is great. But what they really want is comments, and what they super duper want is shares. Shares help you. Shares help your content. Shares help your brand because it's going to expand your entire reach. Comments, on the other hand, are what provided the engagement. If you can get people talking, if you can get people conversing, that is awesome. If you can say, hey, what do you guys think about grabbing one of our books? What do you guys think about family history? Do you think that family history is necessary? And then, you say, I don't think it's necessary, or I do think it's necessary. You get people talking in the comments like, I think it's necessary for this reason. That is going to build up the engagement, and Facebook is going to want to share it to more people. The next kind of content that Facebook likes is videos, 3 minutes or more. Now, this is if you're going to post to the Facebook platform and upload the video there. You want your videos to be 3 minutes or more. Or if you're going to do a shorter video, make sure it is so immediately engaging that you're going to get comments and shares. If you're going to put that in, that's like funny videos. If you don't think that your video is going to create comments and shares, I would post it. Content is content, but it's not going to get the engagement drive that Facebook wants. So videos 3 minutes or more. A big reason why is because the longer, if your video is like 10 minutes, Facebook can throw an ad on there if they want. It gives them the opportunity to do so. And that just really, Facebook wants to make money by doing that. And finally, live videos. This is huge. Facebook loves live videos. We're doing a live video right now. When you do a live video on your phone, your followers will get a notification that's saying Tyler is going live. And immediately that gives people a reason to click on that notification and see what you're talking about. I had an old boss who went live all the time, for better or for worse, but he always started off with, how you doing, internet land? Social media land, that's what he would say. And that's what he would say during each one. And he would talk about his day. There is a thing as too much live because people can get annoyed by that, especially if you're not talking about something important each time. If you're just going live to go live, that's going to be really bad. For me, I go live on YouTube, but I mean, I post it on Facebook. I go live once a week. People know every Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Tyler is going live, and he's going to talk. He's either going to have a guest or he's going to be talking about something relevant. And people know Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. every week. Lets people know. It gets people into that habit. I got a question right here. Kathy William, how you doing? Does it hurt your Facebook account if you cross post from Instagram and don't get engagement on those posts? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt it per se, but you're just not gonna. So when you post on Instagram, you can also hit the button that says share it on Facebook. I treat every platform separately. I treat every platform separately, and I know a lot of other people do. If you look at these big influencers, they create content specifically for Facebook, and then they create content specifically for Instagram, where Instagram is all about being visually appealing to create engagement. Facebook is all about engaging content to create engagement. That might be visual, but a lot of it could be your opinions. It could be blog posts. I would really, I don't like ever hitting the, would you like to also post on this platform and just like start going, yep. I really think that is a bad idea personally. Okay. Melanie Young says best equipment / lighting / tools for producing Facebook Live videos. I will get into that. All right. Should you do live videos? We just talked about that, but this is just a way for people to engage your friends and family. The other day I did a live video, and it was about a topic that was really important to my community. I had a specific guest on, and I was hanging out with my wife, and I was like, okay, I gotta get ready for this live video. I sat down on my computer, and you can schedule these live videos. I had 50 people waiting for it to start. I was like, oh, what is going on? And then when I went live, we had over 100 people watching the whole stream because of the specific topic. And we're able to highlight these comments. We're able to engage with the audience. It was a really, really good show. And because of that, I got more subscribers. I got more people following my content. If you can do a live show that's engaging, that matters to people, and you can do it consistent, people are really going to appreciate that. Now, your first live show isn't going to be great. It doesn't have to be great because you're learning. But just strive. It's always good to strive to be better. Okay. What do you need to do to make a live video? Okay, this is what we're going to talk about. You can use your phone to start off with. You can use your phone. You can just hit the live button, and you could, if you're going to use your phone, you have to do it vertical like this. All right. So that's one way to do it. If you're wanting to produce like an actual like show, you're going to need some equipment. So first off, you're going to need a webcam. You can either use the webcam that's on your computer, your laptop. You can buy a webcam. And they range anywhere from $100 to over thousands of dollars. You can buy a mic. You'll need a microphone. You can either use the built-in microphone on your computer or laptop, or you can buy a nice one. They range anywhere from $50 to thousands of dollars. The one that we're using right now at Cedar Fort is $50. So if you like the sound that's going on, this is only $50. I use a $100 microphone at home. Just type in a good company that's affordable is Blue microphones. So this one right here is called a Blue Snowball. I use a Blue Yeti, and there's so many different microphones that you can use. I mean, you just Google best streaming, live video streaming software, you're going to get something. You can use a webcam. There's like Logitech webcams. They range anywhere from $100 to $300 that work great. You're also going to need a computer or laptop, and then you're going to need a streaming software if you're going to make it a nice show. We're using StreamYard. That is a free software. However, if you do get the paid version, which I think is $20 a month, you get some added benefits like, we have the Cedar Fort author, background. Here we have our logo. We have this cool little bottom text going on. So that's what we get for $20 a month. You can also use a streaming software like OBS, which is 100% free. It takes a lot more work. It's a lot more learning. It's a lot more setup. But you can do a really cool show using that as well. All right. And if you have, hopefully, Melanie, that answered your question. It's crazy that you don't need as much setup to do a Facebook live show or a YouTube live show as you would think. I mean, my setup at home, I have just my computer, I have a $100 microphone, and then I have a $100 webcam that I use. And then for $30, I bought some lights, LED lights for my setup. All right. So I hope I answered that question. If you guys have any other questions, please let me know. All right. How am I doing on time? I'm doing great on time. All right. Facebook groups. This is huge. This is huge. This is something that I am part of, and I actively engage in these groups constantly. Facebook right now. I don't know if you guys saw, it was within the last year or two. They were doing tons of commercials about Facebook groups. Facebook wants people to engage in Facebook groups, in communities. All right. So this is perfect for you to figure out what is your community talking about and what your community is doing. And being part of these communities gives you content to create because you know what's going on. So I'm part of a lot of comic book creator communities. I'm part of a lot of comic book fan communities. I can see what everyone is talking about. I can see what the drama is. People are having problems with this issue in the comic book community. Well, now that gives me content to create. So-and-so did something that a lot of people aren't liking. I can create a video on that, talk about the issue, give my opinion. People are like, I want to hear what Tyler's opinion is. They jump on my YouTube. They jump on my Facebook posts. They engage with it. They engage with other people's, and you grab new followers. Now, I don't post about my book on these Facebook groups. I don't promote my book. I promote my content, but my content is geared towards the community. Does that make sense? I create content not to promote my book. I create content to engage my community. So if you're a pure romance writer, I would join a lot of pure romance Facebook groups. See what they're talking about. See what books are hot right now. See what people are having problems with in the community. Make content around that, whether it's blogs, YouTube videos, Facebook posts. Create content that is engaging with that community. Don't be afraid, by the way, to be a little controversial. Don't be afraid to give out your opinion. People are going to gravitate towards that. All right. The biggest reason why you need to do this is because you need to ultimately be friends with these individuals. Don't look at people as potential buyers. Don't see people as, oh, this is someone who's going to buy my book. No, be friends with these people. I am part of a ton of Facebook groups with people that I interact with all the time. They know who I am. They know my brand. They know the books that I make. They haven't bought them. And that is 100% fine because I haven't yet made something that they want to buy, but ultimately they're friends. All right. We can see these people as friends. All right. I treat these people as humans. I treat them as people who I want to interact with, as people who have similar interests with each other. Now, I know a lot of you might be, let's see, Scarlet Pike. This is good. Trina Boyce by saying this is a great lighting tool. It's called The Ring. That is a really good tool to have. Scarlet Pike, what writing groups are you guys in on Facebook? There are so many different writing groups that I'm in. I'm part of, like a self-publishing one. I'm in a couple Amazon ones. I'm in a couple like how to sell your book groups. I'm also in a lot of fiction writing groups. Now, there's going to be two types of groups that we need to break down real quick. There's going to be creator groups, and then there's going to be fan groups. I would get into both of them. Creator groups so that you can see what other creators, your peers, are doing in the writing sphere. Oh, you're writing about this. Why are you writing about this? Oh, well, I'm seeing a trend in this. Interesting. Can I get your advice on something? Creator groups let you know, help you see what other people are doing right. Don't promote your book there, though. Just promote yourself as a creator. All right? Then there's fan groups. Fan groups are huge. Don't go in there, though, as an author. You go in there as a fan. So that you can see, what are the fans talking about? What are the fans looking for? All right? And you can see, and then after that, you can see, okay, what are the creators doing? What are the fans wanting? Let's bring them together. Julie Madden, are you going to do a segment on Facebook ads? I absolutely can. Now you're going to wonder, how do I monetize these groups? Because obviously we do want to sell it. We do want to make money off of our books. All right. Start your own group. This is huge. Start your own group. All right. Pick a topic of interest that will center the group around. Okay. Preferably a topic that your books are based off of. If you're a pure romance writer, you create a pure romance Facebook group fan club or something. Okay. And you guys talk about pure romance books. Okay. You talk about different aspects of pure romance. Don't promote your book yet. Just build a community of people who love pure romance. Let everyone know, hey, I'm the person who created this group and I love pure romance. And these are why. This is why. Facilitate the conversation. Create content that's going to engage your group off of, the topic you're talking about, which is, pure romance for this case. Once you do that, you can then go, hey, by the way, I know all of you guys love pure romance. I've created this group about pure romance. Get this. I have a book about pure romance. And if you've made them know about you enough and care about you enough, they'll want to jump on that. Okay. But to do this, you need to make fun and interesting content. You need to build a community. That's the biggest thing, is building a community. I have a Facebook group where I'm the mod, and all it is for me to post my content and start conversations. And it's just a way, and that's a way for me to interact with people. I think it's a great thing to do Facebook groups. All right. If you want to be successful in this game, give 100 times more than you take. All right. My YouTube show, I interview creators every single week, and 90% of the year, I only talk about other people's books, not mine. But when I do talk about my book, people have been following me all the year. Go, you know what? Tyler's been has been promoting other people's books. Now it's time for us to buy his book because he's been helping other people's books. People will really appreciate that. All right. I know you guys are wanting Facebook ads. All right. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's go through an author page. Dun, 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 dun. I think you guys actually already went through this. Okay. All right. Let's talk about ads. All right. Remove. All right. And I'm going to show you guys my screen real quick. If you have any questions, please let me know. All right. There's two types of ways to advertise on Facebook. All right. You need to have a business account to do this. And you need to, tie in your credit card information and whatnot, which means you need to have, so what you can do is you can have an author page and you can do this. So we're going to use Cedar Forts, for example. All right. So let's just use this. We'll just use this blog post, for example. All right. Are you or someone you love struggling with self-confidence? All right. It's a blog post. All right. The goal of this post is to have people read this and click on this link. Fortunately, it didn't get as much engagement as we wanted, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm sure, I think Valerie went through all this analytics with you guys. If not, so right here, you can see how well this post did. 205 people saw it. Only 2 people clicked on the link. Sad face. Organic means that you don't have to pay for these people. All right. So this post did not do a very good job. All right. Let's look at this post. Why are millennials struggling to stay active in the LDS church? This one reached 1,200 people, 31 likes, 160 people clicked on this link post. That's great. Sorry, just clicked on the post. There were 68 link clicks. One person hid. They didn't want to see our content, which is fine. Maybe they were offended by something we said. And our reach organically was 1,200. Now, why did more people get to see this one? Because of right here, the shares. The more shares that you get, the better, the more reach your post is going to get. All right. So if you're thinking, okay, I want my post to reach out to better people, there's 2 ways that we can advertise it through your business account. The first one is you can boost a post. All right. So what we can do, all right, button label, we can pick, okay, what do we want? What is the purpose of this boost? When people see this post on their feed, what do we want them to do? Send a message, sign up, shop, no button at all. Totally up to you. Let's just say we want them to just, be able to send a message to us. That's fine. All right. Special ad category. That's for authors. You don't have to worry about that, but that's going to be if you're talking about politics, real estate, job searching, whatnot. So don't worry about that. Audience. You're going to create your audience. So this is big. You can either pick people who like your page. I wouldn't do that, because they probably already saw your content. People who like your page and their friends. That's something you could do. You can do people in your local area. You can do that too. But this is where we're really going to want to do audience details. So let's look at our post. Our post was about millennials leaving the church. So we're going to hit this button. All right. Who do we want to read about this? I don't think millennials want to read about themselves. So our age range, let's go with, from 40 to 65. All right. Now, if you look at your analytics, you can see, okay, who is normally engaging with my content? I think I heard Valerie say that, women were mostly engaging with our content. Doesn't mean that men can't, but if we really want to get a bang for our buck, we really want to hone in on our audience. So let's go women. We want women to see our women who are aged 40 to 65. All right. And then we're going to put in locations. The more specific, by the way, you get the best. But if it's, you could just put, this is an LDS blog. So, you might want to put, Utah, Idaho. We'll just stick with those 2 for now, just for this. All right. But you can see our potential reach is now 820,000 people. All right. Next, this is the big one where detailed targeting. Okay. What do these people like? You can get specific, by the way. They follow the LDS church. They read the Book of Mormon. Where do they buy their books? From Deseret Book. Stuff like that. You can really hone in. You can either put motherhood. They're concerned. Why are these millennials leaving the church? Stuff like that. After that, you can save the audience. So our potential reach is 590,000 people. It's in the green. That's good. Sometimes bad to be too specific. You don't want to be in any of those two. Save audience. After that, you're going to say, okay, how much budget do I want to run this? Right now, it's 5 days, and it's only going to be $10, which means it's going to be $2 a day. This is up to you and your bank account. Placements. Click out of that. You don't want that. And then I wouldn't put it on Instagram personally on some posts. For this one specifically, I wouldn't because it's a blog post. Facebook Pixel. That's a whole other thing that we could talk about. And then after that, you're going to have to put in your information, either your bank information or your PayPal. I don't want to charge Valerie because this is her profile. And after that, you hit boost now. And then for the next 5 days, for $2 a day, your post is going to be seen by right here every single day, anywhere from 119 to 344 people. Now, the more you put in, the more people you reach. The longer you go, the more people you reach. So it is a paid play situation. All right, let's look at some questions real quick. Mark Hansen, be careful allowing the whole world to be your ads audience. It will bring you lots of bot traffic. Absolutely. Be very specific. Okay, if you're going to be do LDS content, try to find places that are very LDS centered. Go to the Mormon Belt. Kendall Brian Hunter, this can be time consuming. How do you get life, work, creativity, balance, and all of this? This goes back to the Bruce Wayne Batman thing. I know we all want to just be writing. We all want to be creating stories and having a fun time. But this is the Bruce Wayne stuff that we have to do. All right? You might want to write a chapter of your book today, but you might just have to just write a blog about something that's not about your book. I spend on Mondays, I do creative stuff. On Tuesdays, I have my live show. On Wednesdays, so on Mondays, I post a video. So, okay, let's start on Sunday. On Sunday, I record 2 videos. On Monday, and edit them. On Monday, I post the video and I do creative stuff. On Tuesday, I do a live show. On Wednesday, I post the second, I do creative stuff, or I'm on someone else's podcast. On Thursday, I post my second video and I'm creative. On Friday, I try to be creative. Saturday, I try to be creative. And then on Sunday, I go back to filming and editing 2 videos, and I just do that cycle. You have to find something that's going to work for you, which is why don't be on every single platform. Otherwise, you're never going to have time to do everything. All right. And also in between all of there, I'm watching YouTube videos. I'm commenting on people's videos. I'm on Twitter. I'm engaging with my community. I'm posting stuff on Twitter. I'm posting stuff on Facebook. It is intense. Trina, confused by your question, what is life-work balance? I'm with you. All right. Scarlett. Tyler, do you only boost your Facebook ads or do you boost anything? So a boost on your profile, let's go back. You can boost basically anything. You can boost and advertise anything. Yes, we want to leave. All right. So all of these posts are boostable. Boost, boost, boost. You can boost anything. There is a difference, though, between boosting and a Facebook ad. Real quick, by the way, on this left tab is your Creator Studio. And you can you can schedule all of your Facebook posts. And then you can also right here switch to Instagram. And you can schedule all of your Instagram posts. Like we have 2 scheduled right now, so that Mallory doesn't have to work throughout the weekend. So we've scheduled them all out, and we can, create a post, Instagram feed, upload your image, put your caption at the bottom, put your hashtags and whatnot. So you can do it through your computer, by the way. Chrome, Mac, Windows, it doesn't matter. All right. Let's see if I can, let me stop sharing real quick. Let me see if I'm able to get, I want to show you guys something that I'm not allowed to show. Okay, perfect. Let's go through some questions real quick. Boosts are much easier to set up than full ads. Absolutely. Benefits of boosts as opposed to ads. How are they different? Absolutely. So boosts, you mean boosts are so quick. You just go, boom, 5 days. I want this post. And you can make that audience and then you can just run. And it's cheap. It's very cheap. All right. However, Facebook, and then a big frustration with boosting posts is that you can boost a post and then have it be canceled for some arbitrary rule issue. They won't tell you what the rule you broke, so you just have to guess and resubmit. If that happens too often, they shut off your ads account. Absolutely make sure that you are nice to the Facebook gods. Okay. This is what Facebook ads looks like. Crap. All right, let me log out. I'm gonna log out of Valerie's Facebook. And I'm going to log into mine really quick. I hope she is okay with that. And then I have my phone out because, man, oh, there we go. I'm already logged in on her computer. Perfect. I just want to show you guys what the business of Facebook ad looks like. All right, let's business.facebook.com. All right. Let's go Drawn Talk. Okay. Kendall. Okay. Develop a rhythm or pattern. Got it. Absolutely. Melanie Young, what scheduling services do you use? You can use anywhere from Sprout, Hootsuite, HubSpot. You can just use directly Facebook. Mark Hansen, I don't see Creator Studio at the side of my pages. It might be at the top as well. Or you can just, if you just type in creatorstudio.facebook.com, that should bring it up to you as well. Okay. Let me share my screen real quick. So if you want to learn, by the way, Facebook ads, share screen. Oh, Mark found it. Awesome. If you want to learn Facebook ads, this is Facebook's free kind of like university. It's called Facebook Blueprint. They have a ton of content on how to create Facebook ads that are going to work and how to manage it all. Once again, this is all of that Bruce Wayne stuff that you don't want to do, but it is so valuable. You're going to learn a lot from it. So this is what the Facebook ads look like. Geez. Okay. Let me stop sharing my screen again real quick. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Everything is loaded. Okay. So I'm going to show you guys some old Facebook ads that we were running. And I hope I'm allowed to do that. If not, it was nice knowing y'all. Okay. So right here are some old Facebook campaigns that we were doing. Okay. So boosting a post is just $10 for 5 days, and I can see X amount of people. This is going to cost you a little more. And you're going to be spending probably around anywhere from $5, $10 to $20 a day. So you think about that, you could be spending anywhere from $200 to $500 a month, possibly more. All right. Okay. So let me find one. Okay. So you can see some of these ads that we did were just from posts that we boosted. All right. But now we're going to go into. So what we can do here is you can create an audience in here, and you can really hone in on. Let's just go into this one that I'm doing right now. This is an ad that I'm working on right now. 3 ads that we're doing. This one is to sell our Old Testament quiet book. This one is just to Latter-day Saint men. This one is targeted to Latter-day Saint women. All right. We're spending $5 a day. These two are just to get people's email addresses. But you can see that people have clicked on it within the last couple days, and we've gone 9 purchases off of those. Valerie, so unprofessional. I'm joking. Okay, and you can see how much we had to spend. What's the difference between ads and boosting? It's the analytics side. Okay, it's the analytics side. Okay, right here I can go, okay, from September 1st to September 10th, I've had 4 purchases. Okay, which by the way is not a lot. It's not a lot, but I'm only spending $5 a day. And I can see, okay, I've spent $50. I've spent so far on this ad in the last 10 days, I've spent $47, but my return has been $102. So it's not really the best. I had to spend $50 to make $100. This one, I had to spend $47 on the women one to make $134. So it's not the best, but my goal for these campaigns isn't for them to actually purchase anything. It's to get their email addresses. This ad, on the other hand, is not doing very well because I've spent $47 and the purchase was only $24. So that's actually really bad. In fact, I'm going to turn that off right now so I don't spend any more money. But what you get with the Facebook ads is a lot more analytics, and you can get more specific. Okay, so let's go here. We can see the ads that we're running. We're running right now on one on David Ridges. All right, and you can say if I'm spending $5 a day, and every purchase is costing me $11. Is that good? No, it's not at all. But because the goal of this is just to get email addresses, we're going to keep it on. So what you do is you make your ad. So let's just create one real quick. Okay. Actually, we're not going to create one. It's a lot of work. But you can see these are our placements that we've put in. People who match, those are our interests right there. We're keeping our interests really, really specific on these ones. With a boost, I'd try to put as much information as you can. But for a Facebook ad campaign, I would do very little interest. I'd pick maybe 1 to 3. And then, we have our budget. You can just go through you just have to go through all of these different buttons. Go through the Facebook blueprint, but I mean, there's a lot to go through. And it is very time consuming. You can take anywhere from, it can take months to hone in on an ad. We'll post an ad and we'll see how it does for 5 days. And after 5 days, if it's not doing well, we'll post another ad. And we'll replace it with a different picture or maybe a different copy just to see how it works. And sometimes it could take weeks, take months. Start off your ads anywhere from $3 to $5 a day. And then after that, if the ad is doing well, maybe bump it up to $10 a day. And if the ad's doing well, do it $20 a day. It's totally up to you and your budget. You'll know an ad is doing well if you're seeing a good return of money. All right. If you're having to spend $10 a day to get $10, it's not a good ad. All right. Julie Mattern, this is so helpful. Aw, shucks, thanks. Marcy McPhee, where does a blog fit into the big picture? Great question. All right, I just want to show you some analytics real quick. Let's see. Where does a blog fit into all of this? Let me show you guys how we utilize our Facebook and our blog simultaneously. Now I'm going to have to, okay, it's got to load. So we on Facebook, we have a business account. We have ads. Our ads are separate. They're typically images that say, check out this deal on Cedar Fort, and they come on. Our blogs, however, are what get us organic traffic to the website, meaning we don't have to pay for these people to come on. All right. So and I've got only 10 minutes left. So I'm going to try to do this as quick as possible. Okay. Okay. I'll show you how we can utilize both of them, okay? So there's something called a Facebook pixel, and what you can do is you can attach your website, a pixel, to your Facebook, meaning that if I post this right here, I'm on Facebook, and I click on this link, my website, Facebook tells my website that I like the content, and the website goes, okay, I'm going to start sharing my ads to that individual. So what we do is we try to make engagement. Okay, perfect. This is what we want. Okay. Let's look at this. Okay. So this is a blog post. Just announced. First Presidency has announced an online system has been created to allow members to send names to the temple. All right. We had 109 people click on this link. 189 people are now onto our website. Facebook Pixel has now told our website, hey, Tyler is on your website. And then our website says, hey, Facebook, we're going to start showing Cedar Fort ads to Tyler. So now we got someone I who clicked on this and am gonna start seeing Cedar Fort ads for the next 30 days. All because I clicked on this for free. Does that make sense? So instead of me having to pay through our ads manager to find new people, instead of having to pay ad money to find new people, I'm paying Facebook I'm paying Facebook off someone who is already engaged with my content for free. All right. I don't have to pay for these 189 people now to show them ads. I know they want my content, and now they're all going to see my ads that I pay for the next 30 to 60 days. So how does a blog work in? A blog is going to help you, engage with people. A blog is what's going to help you connect your Facebook. If you have a website that has a blog and you write in that blog, and then you're also running ads through your Facebook, and someone clicks on your blog, you now don't have to pay for that person. You just pay for the ad, and now they're going to see your ad for the next 30 to 60 days. If you make an ad campaign for that, we call it a retargeting campaign. So the more traffic you can get, the more people you can advertise to. I mean, that's why we post blogs 4 to 5 times a week, because we never know. Like this blog, let's see. This blog gave us 50 people. That blog gave us 109 people. This blog gave us 7 people. But we've had blogs that have given us 200 people and 500 people. We've had blogs that have given us 100,000 people. I know, 100,000 people. You just never know. So where does a blog fit into this? It fits in very nice. All right. 5 more minutes. Scarlet Pike. So when someone clicks on your blog post link, Facebook automatically shows them more of your ads only if you have it set up like that. It's called a retargeting ad campaign. I mean, that's a whole nother hour of showing you how to build something like that. Go on Facebook Blueprint. You can learn that. But essentially what you can do when you build the ad right here, it says, who do you want to target? And you say people who clicked on my pixel. And what pixel means is people who have clicked on my website. And so the people who have clicked on your website are going to be the people who are going to be seeing your ads in that ad campaign. Just so you're aware, by the way, of, let's see, leave this page, of all the different ad campaigns that we have going on, just so you can see how we're, trying to make money. Ads manager. is, so there's this, that's a small one, but this is the big one. All right. Currently we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 campaign ad sets going on, but then one of them might have 2 to 5 ads going on per campaign. So it's really intense. And it's a lot of money spent to get everyone's books seen. Kathy, since we are not sellers of our product, will we still get analytics on purchase results from the ads? It's a good question. Since we are not the sellers of our product, will we still get analytics on purchase results from the ads? I don't think so. But what you can do is, let me just show you. I think this is the right website. Nope. I see. Give me a second. I want to show you guys how this works. Okay. So let's look at Julie Lee's website real quick. She's a new author. So what I did, Julie created her website. And then she's like, okay, how do I sell my book? So right here, we said, okay, if you can get the book on Amazon or you can get the book on cedarfort.com. So when people go, when she does a blog post, her pixel tells Facebook, hey, these people start showing people who click on Julie's website ads. And what Julie then can do is she can make an ad that takes people to this page right here. She can, on her website, she can take people to an ad, and when they get the ad, it will take them to this right here. And then after that, they can then click buy the book, and then after that, I think you might be able to get the data off of that. I don't know if you can get it. I don't know if you can get it on Amazon, but I know if they buy it from the book on cedarfort.com, it should send that pixel information to your ad. But that's why it's crucial to have your own website and to have a buy page like this. Valerie, I might go a little over. I got a lot of questions. Is that bad? We'll be quick. Okay. Mark Hansen, hopefully that answered your question, Kathy. Mark Hansen, do you typically direct your paid ads to your shopping website or to your Facebook pages? Are they primarily for sales or for contacts and engagement? That really depends on the ad, Mark. You're going to have to decide what your ads are for. What's the purpose of the ad? We have those email ads, email marketing campaign ads, so that we can get people's email information and that they can go into our email list. So we create a landing page. Sometimes if we boost a post, it's just because we want people to see our Facebook posts and maybe like our page or click on our blog. We have ads that take people to blog posts. We have ads that take people directly to a book. We have ads that take people to collections of books that are on sale. It really depends. It's just before you make an ad, you need to go sit down and go, okay, what is the purpose of this ad? Who is this ad for? What do I want to get out of this ad? Okay, it might be an email. It might be contact information. It might just be a like. It might be a share, or it might be a purchase. You have to figure that out and then tell Facebook what to do. Trina, how does Cedar Fort determine which books it's going to run ads for? That's a great question, Trina. We have found lately that our Facebook ads haven't been doing that well for us if we focus on one book, but if we focus on a collection of books. So, for example, I might go a pure romance book. We might go, hey, buy this one book. It might not do that well for us and our audience. But when we go, hey, there's 100 pure romance books in this collection. They're all on sale for 25% off. That's when we see the best return for us, is when we promote a collection. Now, what you can do as an author, however, is you have a different audience than Cedar Fort. With your ad targeting, if your book is a pure romance book, you can create an ad campaign specifically for pure romance readers. and then you can promote your book, and you can get a lot of engagement and stuff from that. I've seen a lot of ads from a lot of authors who promote their book, they promote it to their community, and they see a lot of return from that. As for us and how we do it right now, we're seeing a lot of return when we promote a collection or a sale. Mark Hansen, can you give me some advice on how to decide which to choose, sales versus contacts? That is going to be up to you. There's short game and then there's long game. So right now, it really depends. Most of our ads right now are for sales because we're a business and we need money. However, as a creator myself, right now, I'm not doing any ads or any marketing that's going to produce me sales currently. The marketing and advertising that I'm doing personally is contacts. The reason why is because I know as a sole creator like you guys are, that my book is coming out in 2021 in February. So I need to gather as many contacts as I can so that when that book launches in February, I can then convert them into sales. And then after that, I will then do ads that are about sales. So it just really depends on the strategy that you are looking for. Okay. I think I'm out of time. So hopefully this was helpful. If it wasn't, you can always give me an email. You can give my phone number is at the bottom of Cedar Fort, or you can bug Valerie and she will hand you over to me. So, all right. Do I need to try to remove my face?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, I'm back. Can everybody hear me? Let me just turn this off. That little busyness off. Let me check the comments. Okay. All right. Now we're going to talk about what he just ended on. How perfect was that? Talking about funnel building and capturing your audience. This is fun to me. Okay. Capturing your audience. What does that look like? There's a couple ways you can do this that I know of. One is through email. And this is primarily what we're going to be talking about in this lesson because we've already talked about all the other social medias. So it's all about a friendly exchange of goods, right? So you're offering something for free in exchange for their email. That's how you get the email, right? And the avenues, the way that you can do this is through your newsletter or a blog post, an ebook or an ebook sample, a study guide, a novella, a download, which could be whatever you want it to be, a video presentation. So something that's a little bit bigger than just like your regular social media videos that you may do, a subscription to something. Is it a story? Is it video subscription to something special? I don't know. You tell me. Or a list of helpful info. That's always a good one. So can anybody think of any others that you can use as that exchange of goods? Put it in the comments. Hi, Aspen, you made it. Is your power back on? Or are you at the coffee shop? Okay, can anybody think of any other day? Okay, so another way you can capture your audience is through social media. And we've already covered that today, how to really, content is king, and how to get people to follow you on social media. So that's another way you can do it. I prefer, just like Tyler said, to have control over my audience. And so social media is good, but in some ways you don't have control. Why? Because, and I hope I'm not talking over a later slide of mine, but you don't have control because you don't control the algorithm. So you don't get to decide who sees your content and when. Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and LinkedIn and Pinterest, they get to decide that. So if it's an email, you get more control over what people see and when and if and how. So back to this friendly exchange of goods. So your content is the goods, right? So again, make it good. Content is king. If it's good, they'll follow you. And so we have videos, quotes, photos, links, articles, games, news, whatever it is. It doesn't matter what it is. It just needs to be relevant to your platform. It can't be all over the place, all over the map. If you want to do that, then maybe, have your one thing over here on Instagram and have a different thing over there on Facebook, or have multiple Facebook pages. Keep it separate. People don't want to be bombarded with stuff that they're not interested in because they followed you for one reason, but you keep bombarding them with stuff of another type. They will just stop following you, quite simply. Okay, so let's talk about what is a funnel, because that's what we're doing right now, is advanced funnel building for newsletters. So this is the basic idea in marketing terms what a funnel is. So first is that awareness. And how do we get that awareness? From social media, right? Or I guess they could walk by your book in a store, but we're talking about what we can really control here. So social media, so you can do that with ads. You can do organic. Do you guys know the difference between organic and paid? Did Tyler go over that? So organic is just free, basically. It's what happens organically versus paying for people to see your content. And then you need to work on their interest. So first they notice your brand, they notice whatever it is, your platform, whatever you're doing. And then you keep building interest. That's more content that's not the same, that's interesting. And then as you get further down into the funnel, there's that desire. So you can drop little hints here and there in that awareness and interest part of the funnel, that you can drop little hints about something that you may be selling, or you want to keep creating a desire to whatever it is that you're selling. And then the end of the funnel is the action, and that's the purchase. Okay. So you start them out with freebies at the top of the funnel, that awareness. So that could be your social media. That could be your newsletter. Once you get them to sign up for your newsletter, then they're in your funnel. And same with social media. Then they're in your funnel. Then it's just about getting them down with the interest and the desire, right? And then once you have captured that audience with their email or their social media, like, or subscribe, whatever, then you keep them in your database. And the database is really the important part, is that email list, right? Because you use it to give them more and more content that they love until ultimately they make a purchase. And this is back to that 80-20 again. 80% is content that they love. 20% is pushing a sale, right? Okay, and you guys feel free. I'll try to jump back and forth to the comments, and if you have any questions, because I know this is pretty technical. So I'll try to do better on this one than I have on other courses of the day to make sure I'm checking the comments here. Okay, so here's the technical details. This is the basic. You can do basic or you can do it in advanced. And the basic is really simple. You need a landing page that collects an email, and then you need a confirmation page. That's how you get people into your funnel, right? You've got their email. They're in your list now. You can do this on just your website. Most basic website builders have a way to build a form that collects somebody's name and email. And then it'll either email it to you or it'll put it in your contacts. It depends on which one you're using, really. Or if you didn't build your website out at all, then ask whoever did that to do this for you. And then the advanced version of this is you have your landing page. And I will show examples of this in a second. Then you can collect their email, right? Then you do an upsell. So, wish it would not do that. So you go, but wait, go here or download this and I'll give you this. That's what an upsell is. Or maybe you can use the upsell as a testing ground to see how interested is this person. So you give them something for free for their email. Then you go to the upsell page, and on the upsell page, maybe it's something deeply discounted. So maybe it's a coupon for your book that's like 50% off, or it's another download for a full book that's $5.99 or something. And then you can see how interested this person really is. Are they going to actually pay for something? Okay. Then you can do it again too. If that doesn't work, they say no, you can try something else. So you can do this. There's probably a limit to people's patience of how many different like upsell pages you could do. But I need to exit out of this for a second so that I can pull up this link. Give me a second and show you guys. Okay, so this is loading. You know, let me share it. I think the computer is getting tired. It seems to be slowing down. Okay, here is my landing page for a new podcast that I produce, Women of the Restoration. So here you can see it's very simple that they're to the right here. It's the first name, last name, email. And then I'm kind of trying to sell it. So we talk about what the podcast is about. It's a beautiful page, that eye candy. Then we talk about the host, is Susan Evans McLeod. Why is she well known? What has she done? And if you're really interested and you've read all of this, at the bottom, I have a little secret here. You can actually listen without a subscription. The subscription is free, by the way. But hopefully most people just come up here and put their name in the database right there. Okay, let me open up my other screen just a second. Okay, sorry, I actually had to go off for a second to cough. Okay, so now that I have their email, I know that this group of people is going to love her book that's coming out in November. So what I'm going to do later is move them down the funnel and remarket. So there's going to be 5-6 episodes of this that keep coming out. I will email them, let them know that a new episode is out. I'm providing this free quality content for them. And then in November, ta-da, here's a book about this subject that you love and you've been listening to this whole time. Okay, so I'm sure a lot of you have seen some similar types of like subscription pages and stuff on the internet that are just like ridiculous, and you don't even know if you can trust it. They want you to give them a credit card number just to pay for shipping for something that's supposed to be free, etc. It doesn't have to be a trick like that, right? It's just a fair exchange of their email for whatever your content is. Okay, oops. Have to be careful because if I click anywhere on the page, it goes out. Okay, hold on. Work with me. All right, I'm going to open up this one. This is an advanced funnel. All right, this is not one of our authors. This is Jody Moore. And let me go check. Okay, no questions here. This is Jody Moore, and I hope she'll be one of our authors someday. So if anybody knows her, send her our way, please. So this is the beginning of her funnel. She's giving away a free video lesson. Secrets to Success for Mompreneurs. So you click get the course, and I've already actually signed up for this. So you're going to see, actually, I don't want the whole internet to see my email here. I'll just do it really quick. Okay, so now she is upselling me. So I already signed up for the course for free, and now she sent me, oh, hold on a second. You guys can't see this. Shoot. Back up. Okay, sorry, Mark and everybody else. I wish that you guys were here and you could be like, wait, let's try this again. Okay. Good thing is that I didn't put my email on for the whole internet to see. Okay. So here we go. It was a simple page. Like I said, secrets to success for mompreneurs. I put in my email address and hit send, and she took me here. Okay. She says, thank you. You've signed up. Have you done coaching before? Now she's upselling me. Okay, what is coaching? So what she's offering is coaching for only $5. She usually charges like $50 to $100 per hour or something like that. So she's offering me a coaching sample for $5. There's her upsell. But look, I can click here and say no, thank you. She continues to upsell down here, talking about how great it is and how it can help you. Again, if you are interested in this and you get down here, she's pushing you to do it again. No, thank you. Okay, well, thank you anyway. Here's that last landing page that says thank you anyway, basically. If you change your mind, here's the email. But now she's got my email. So now she sends me emails for other stuff. And I already like her, so that's fine with me. Let me open another one. Give me just a second. Sorry for the dead space here. It just takes a minute for things to load. Oh, okay. Nope, that was the same one. Okay. Let me get my presentation back up on the screen. Alrighty. Okay, so you can build this out on your website yourself, like I mentioned before. It depends on the web provider you use. But you don't have to use a company like ClickFunnels, but there's a company called ClickFunnels and some others that can do this for you. So here's what you need. You need the landing page that collects email on a form. And then you need the optional upsell page if that's what you want to do, or if you just want to collect their email. And then you need a confirmation page. to upload your collected emails into your mail service. And I think Tyler did a good job of covering that and how that works. And then you can start sending them more quality content, moving them down that funnel, right? So let me go back to this link. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I click anywhere and it takes me to the next slide, which I suppose is nice, but it's giving me trouble right now. I thought I would be able to copy these from the slide. That's why I'm fussing with this, and normally I wouldn't be, but it doesn't let me. I have to go out of the presentation to do it. Okay, stop sharing. Share screen, just a second. Okay, we're not going to watch this whole thing. That's not the right one. Okay, hold on. Technical difficulties here. Okay, so actually what this link is, it's giving me trouble to show it to you, so I'm going to put it in the comments. Watch this later. Don't watch it right now. This is a YouTube video about how to create a sales funnel for free using a bunch of like free, like MailChimp, the free version, etc., and different free versions of all of these that these companies have. So it's a pretty good place to start. Okay. Moving on. Okay, so how do they get to your landing page? Now, building the landing page is actually the easy part. It's getting people to the landing page to get them to sign up. That's the hard part. So what's number one? Content is king, right? So however you're getting them there, whether it's ads or collaborations, social media posts, emails, or attached to some other product or promo, it needs to be good content so that they want more, right? And that's basically how you get them there. So you need to include a link to that landing page somehow. Here's one for Powerful Modern Day Missionary. This is a new book that we have. This landing page has a free prep course. Let me show you what it looks like. Okay, this one goes actually to our website. And look, this is how we do it on cedarfort.com. This is called a light box or a pop-up. And this is basically the same thing, but it pops up no matter what screen they end up on when they come to our website. This pops up. And we're offering them something, 15% off if they sign up, right? Okay, but here's the Modern Day Missionary one. So we have a course for the missionaries. We have one for the parents. Let's follow the one for the missionaries. Okay, here's the landing page. It has the book on it, but this is actually for a course that goes along with the book. So all we're asking for is the email. We're not even asking for their name. And then if people want to know more, and if they happen to scroll down, they're going to find a lot more information about what is in each week, about the people who are teaching the course as well. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? It's not showing it. Sorry, I didn't know it opened it on a different one. Let me show you really quick. There it is. Okay. So that's what it looks like. Let me scroll down for you. When we're done with this video, we'll just edit it, and then nobody will know that I messed up every time. Okay. Let me go back to my slides. Okay, now another concept we need to talk about is evergreen. So if you're going to have these things on your website that people can go sign up for, the content that drives them to it should be evergreen, unless you want to be constantly creating new content for this, right? So if, say, you have your social media, that's always changing, right? But then it directs them to the sign up page for a free whatever it is, that's the part that needs to be evergreen. And what evergreen means is that it's always relevant. It doesn't necessarily have a start date or an end date. It doesn't really have to do with a specific event in time. And a customer can join in at any time, and they'll always start at the beginning. So keep it evergreen to save yourself a lot of grief and a lot of work and a lot of time. And these are just kind of the rules I already went over a little bit. Leave out the current events. Don't mention dates or holidays. And an email campaign, if you follow it up with an email campaign, once you get them in your funnel, it needs to start at day one, no matter when they join. So there's different ways you can do email campaigns if you're doing them through a company that does it. But I don't want to get too much into that because everyone is so different. So you'll need to figure out how your company does it individually. Okay, so here's the take-home message for these funnels. The important thing is that you're capturing your audience. And if there's one thing I could teach you today, this is what I would like it to be. If this is one thing, if you don't get anything else the whole day, get this, is that you need to capture your audience so that you have control over the content that they see. Remember, social media is a way to capture your audience, but you don't have as much control over it as you do if you build up your mailing list. And also to keep it evergreen, which means make sure it always works no matter what time of year, whatever's going on in the world. It should just always work, or else you're going to have to keep continuing to redo all the content over and over and over again. So it's just as much for you as it is for your audience. Okay, I'm going to check any questions here. Okay. How can we watch video presentations from previous conferences? So I'm going to, after the conference is over, when I have a chance, I'm going to go to the YouTube channel, which is where they live right now. And I'm going to make sure that they are available for everyone to see. So all you need to do is go to the Cedar Fort YouTube channel and they'll be up, but give me some time to get them done. Does anybody else have any more questions before we switch over to platform building? And then after platform building, we're going to have a Q&A with the team. So it'll be myself, Tyler, and Scott. And Scott is doing the platform building next. So if there's not any more questions, thank you, Julie. All right, I'm going to hop off for a minute and get Scott set up, and we'll be back with Scott for platform building in just a minute.
No problem. There we go.
All right, they can hear you. You're live.
All right. Hello. My name is Scott Jackson. You may have seen me earlier. I am a sales rep here at Cedar Fort. I work mostly with our regional accounts here with Latter-day Saint books especially, but I'm moving more into the global side of things, England and Australia specifically, but we're working on some other places. But today I'll be talking about building your author platform. So it's been a full day. Thank you so much for hanging in there with me. And I'm hoping that this will help you understand better why building a platform is important and also how to make it less daunting. So let's jump right in. So in the spirit of telling you what I'm going to tell you, here's a table of contents. So first I'll give you a quick personal introduction, and then we'll jump into what building a platform means, why you should do it. I'll give you a platform building structure, which I'm already showing you right here, which is passion, strategy, and skills with a secret S, which is support. And then we'll deep dive into each of those. We'll have a brief reflection activity, and then we'll go into the Q&A. So here we go. So a little bit about me. I was born and raised in Ontario, Canada, and then I served a mission for the LDS Church in Tucson, Arizona for 2 years from 2009 through 2011. After finishing my mission, I went and I studied at Queen's University for 2 years. I was studying dual bachelor's degrees in drama and English and education. So it was almost like 2.5 degrees. But I switched into marketing at BYU, which is where I graduated 4 years later. My wife and I have been married for 6 years. This is our daughter. She's a year older than this. She's 20 months now. And that's awesome. In my free time, I love to read and write. And it's really cool to be able to do that as a day job to help other people be published. It's really awesome. I've been at Cedar Fort for about 2 years. So that's me. Let's get right into it. So what am I talking about when I'm talking about building a platform? So simply spoken, it's all about you. It's your brand, your products, your message. It's you. And so it's the way you can turn being an author into a lifestyle. I know a lot of what we've been talking about today is our activities and things that you can do in order to be successful as a writer, to make your book have more legs. But the platform part isn't just the book. We'll talk more about it. It's the whole picture. And the goal is to help you attract the people that are interested in your subject matter, retain them, and then eventually monetize them if that's your goal. If your goal is just to get your message out there, then you've already done it by attracting and retaining those people. So basically you want them to read your book or to interact with you one time and then just to lose them. So Valerie talked about collecting email lists and things like that with your funnel. It's a great way to get your platform started. So we're going to get a little deeper into this. Why does it matter? So it matters for a few reasons. First of all is if you love doing this thing, why not try to be able to do it more? And the other is if you really feel like this message is important or there's something you want to share with the world, why not? Why not get it out there? So a piece about that, my first marketing class I took, my Marketing 100 class, they talked about this quote by Ralph Waldo Emerson. And it's, you may have heard it. It's, if you build a better mousetrap, the world will beat a path to your door. So his whole thing was you make a really great product and then it does the work for you. And my professor at the time, and I agree strongly with him, said that that's not exactly true. So there are dozens and dozens of things probably created every single day, amazing ideas, inventions, books that are written that never see the light of day, whether that's because the person didn't know how to get it out there or they put it out there and they didn't know how to connect with an audience. So the mousetrap, building a better mousetrap just isn't enough. You need to start with a really great product, really, really interesting content, but you need to build a relationship with your fans. That's really what makes the platform. So similar to how a politician has a platform or a party platform where they say, I understand what I'm trying to accomplish. They've dug down and say, okay, this is what I want to happen. And then they're able to articulate that to their chosen audience. That's the same sort of thing that you need to do when you're building your platform. So it's incredibly challenging, but it's also incredibly rewarding and incredibly valuable. So let's keep on going here. So next sort of little question I sort of ask myself is, why do I or why do you need to market your own book? Isn't that the publisher's job? Yes, but also yes to the first. That needs to be you. First point is if you don't care about your book, who will, right? You are the creator, the purveyor, the founder of your work. And the fans really want to hear it from you. Your passion, your interest is what is captivating. It's what makes them want to get to know what's going on. When you talk about the thing that you've researched, if it's nonfiction, or the thing that you created, if it's fiction, there's a light that comes in your eyes, and the people want to see that. They want to feel that. They want to get behind that sort of magic curtain. And so that's why the first piece has to be you. Of course, we believe in your work. That's why we published you. We invest in your work. We through the editing phase, the design phase, the man hours, we pay our sales team to go and pitch your book all the different places, and all the data entry that entails. Plus, of course, advertising your book. We pay money for that too. So we believe in your book. We're going to pay for your book, but also you are the person that has the best focus on it, because we have dozens of new books all the time. So we're doing our best to give everything the focus it deserves, but no one can do that like you, right? We invest in your work, but you are your work, like it says here. So that's a really big important thing that I wanted to share, is that it is our job, and that's what we do every day, but you have to make sure that you own it. This is your platform. We are your partners, but it's yours. So let's keep on going here. So this is a real picture here of a whiteboard that I put together my first week or so when I first started. So marketing, I love marketing strategy. It gets like, besides writing, it's my next closest thing that just gets me going. Super excited. So the problem is we all have a limited amount of time. I love to write myself. I mentioned earlier, if you were here during the tour, that I have a toddler, and it's hard to work around when I can fit it in. And it's not just writing, it's also all the other pieces. So this was me trying to get onto paper all the different things an author could do and probably should do to help get their book out there into the universe. There's pay-per-click ads, which is the green there. Word of mouth is the ultimate thing, which is the big red with reviews. All these different things I was writing, and like, this is a lot of time. I really like Tyler. I don't know if he brought it up earlier, but he always brings it up in normal business hours, that he says, the difference between Batman and Bruce Wayne, right? So Batman, you get to go in there, you get to create this awesome thing, you get to do the research. That's the writer side. And then there's the Bruce Wayne that has to fund the Batman, right? So all that stuff, how do you do it? So little time. How do you find the time? It's prioritization, right? And that's such a silly short answer to such a complicated question, but it is. And I'm hoping this presentation will help you with that prioritization step. And then the second step as well, which is making it fun. If you really enjoy what you're doing, it's not so heavy to do all those other pieces. So that's the point of this. The optimists, you see this, they're like, oh my gosh, it's so cool, the stuff that authors can do these days. 20 years ago, you put your book out there, maybe you self-published it, they sat on your shelf, and the only way you could get them is you paid for it, or you got published and then you gave the manuscript and you hoped that something happened. Now there's so much you can do. A lot of the realists and pessimists also say, well, that's how do I work that out? So that's what this is about. So jumping in, the platform building structure. So I've already told you what it is. It should be pretty, hopefully simple to understand. It's right here, just 3 things. And the goal is to help reduce the noise, just to make it, okay, when I'm making a decision about how I'm going to spend my time between writing and marketing and trying things, all the different things you're trying to do to build your platform, how do you reduce the noise and say, okay, what are the best choices I can make right now? So that's why I laid it out this way. This is a number of weeks of work, me trying to synthesize this down to be as simple as possible, because a really good model is something you can build on. So number 1, passion, where your motivation comes from. Number 2 is strategy, how to measure what effectivity is, how you know you're being effective. And third is what skills you have. How can you be more efficient with accomplishing your goals? I call this the PSS method, thinking, oh yeah, postscript script. And I'm like, wait, it's postscript, but maybe that'll help you remember it. But PSS, not PPS, like you would put at the end of a letter. You can use that as much as you want. You don't have to say anything about me creating it. You can pretend it's yours. All right, so platform building structure. Let's dig in a little bit into each of these. So the Cheshire Cat here, he was on the first slide with on the platform, if you noticed. So a classic Alice in Wonderland quote, this comes up all the time. Alice walks up to a fork in the road. She's in this woods. She's never been here before. And the Cheshire Cat appears and she says, which path should I take? I don't know which path to take. And the Cheshire Cat says, well, where do you want to end up? And she says, well, I don't really know. I don't know if it matters. And so he says what? He says, then it doesn't matter which path you take, right? And so your passion is your where, which I have there at the bottom. It's the where you're trying to go. So, what is it that, what motivates you, right? What is your why is the first question I put on here. And what I mean by that is there are dozens of reasons one may write a book, or one could want to write a book, or one does. And so whatever you wrote at first, let's say some people like to write books because they want to make a little extra money. Some people do it because they like the idea of having their name on something on the shelf, the prestige. Some people, they're trying to remember a really important person. It's a bibliography, or it's a memoir, or it's a family history thing, what have you. Those are, some people, it's a lifelong goal, right? So there's so many different ways someone could write a book. But you've already done that. You've written a book. So what is the thing? What's the passion that would drive you to keep going? So it's not just, I did it, check mark. I wrote a book. Good job, me. It's on my shelf. Maybe some money's pouring in, whatever, or trickling in, whatever. But how do you make this from an event into a lifestyle? So the passion, the reason why I think you need to start with your passion is this. The other two steps are going to be more work, and they're more difficult. And if you don't love the thing you're trying to accomplish, if it's not the thing that gets you going, then it will be extremely difficult, and it won't be as rewarding as if it's the thing you really care about. So an example here. So here we have does it pass the 6 a.m. rule, right? And so that was an example that I received from a professor of mine at BYU. He studied Eastern religions, specifically Shinto and Bushido, the different parts of the Japanese religious system and culture. And when he was like a grad student, he was very poor, and he scratched together enough money to get on a plane to Japan. And he would sleep in his car every night and by one of the shrines. He'd drive where he was going. He'd sleep in the car, wake up at 6 a.m, study all day long until the sun was gone and until they shut him out and said, hey, get out of here. And then he'd sleep in his car and do it again. And he talked about how that basically doesn't pass the 6 a.m. rule. If you had to wake up at 6 a.m. to get this thing done, would you want to do it? Would the thing you do be so intrinsically awesome to you that you'd still want to get out of bed? Doesn't mean you have to actually wake up at 6 a.m, but the point is that the thing that gets you out of bed in the morning? If you start there, that's what makes your message interesting. That was what makes your message, the content good, is having that depth coming from you. I mean, you can always go and you can write some things just to make, whatever, to do one of those other goals I spoke of earlier. But it doesn't have that same drive as the thing that when you build your whole plan around the thing you actually really care about. So, some days will be hard, but you know where you're going. You know what you want to make it, right? The Cheshire Cat says, where do you want to end up? You say, I want to end up at this place. He says, okay, then take this path, right? And so the next two pieces are how you get to your passion. It's okay if you don't know what that is all the way yet. I'll give you some tips on how to start getting there a little bit later in this presentation. But we're going to look at the next two steps first. But keep thinking about if you don't already know what your passion is, the thing that you really want to base all of your future works and efforts around, keep thinking about that. But let's go to the next slide here. So the first piece, when you're starting, so there's, I keep doing this out of order, but I'm going to do this first. So there's another saying called about the best time to plant a tree, right? The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. So now you can get the fruit. If it's a shade tree, you get the shade. If you're trying to cut it down to make a really nice item, you have the wood, you have the beautiful grain, right? So the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The next best time is today. So you can't change what happened, but you can change what's going to happen. But you have to start. You have to start somewhere. And so I love this picture because everybody in this picture came to the same concert to listen to the same people. You'll notice they're all looking at that same stage. They all have the same interest. They all think this group, whoever's performing, I can't see them, but is interesting. They're happy to be there. And you aren't yet probably on that stage. Hopefully one day you could be, maybe not literally, that might terrify some of us. But the point is, these people are spending their valuable life, their valuable time with this creator up on the stage. And you're the person with the camera taking the picture. You love this stuff just as much as them. And so if you can't be on the stage, it's time to mingle with the audience. And I think Tyler probably brought that up earlier, which is if you can make yourself a room, basically if you can kind of host the party. So you can get the conversation going. If you love Regency romance, there are tons and tons and tons of groups and blogs and so many other places you can go and just talk to people who love that same thing you love. And the point at the beginning isn't to push your stuff. That's not the point, because again, this is your life. This is something you love to do. This is your passion. The goal is just to interact, learn. Is there something about this that's irritating? Is the person right behind that guy who's really tall going, man, I'm here to watch this concert and I can't see anything, right? Are there needs in this group of people here that you can mingle with, you can learn, that would teach you something? Can you learn? Are there any of the people on stage that'd be willing to talk to you that say, hey, this is how I get to this stage? Are there any of these people that'd be willing to pull you up on stage and say, hey, this person's really cool? That's how Avril Lavigne got big. She's Canadian, so that's why I bring her up. Shania Twain pulled her up on stage. And the same sort of thing happened with a bunch of other famous people, right? Justin Bieber, another Canadian, you may not like him, but Usher found him, right? If you can get someone that, who you can interact with because you really are genuinely passionate about what they do, that can often come back and you're good. And I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, but that's just a point. The point is you got to start somewhere. Today's the best day if it wasn't 20 years ago. And so find those places where the people who love the things you love are hanging out. So that's another example I talked about. If you don't totally know what your passion is yet, you're like, well, I think I like this genre, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know if I really want to be this thing. Then you say, what are the things I like? Make a short list. There's an activity at the end that I'll have you really write this down. But start saying, what are the things that are really exciting to me, really cool, really interesting? And then are there people who are interested in those same things? Go and find them. So I won't beat that anymore, beat that dead horse. But that's the point, is find the people that love your stuff and befriend them, engage with them, whether that's through social media or in physical, as physical as you can get with COVID going on. Find them and interact with them. That's the first part with the strategy part. So we've got two more parts. I meant to say passion. Strategy is the second part here. And then third is skills. So strategy. The question you should be asking yourself is, what am I trying to accomplish, right? Hopefully that is your passion, right? That's what you're trying to get to. But what does success look like? Some people really just want to write a memoir and just share it with their friends and family. And those are great people, for self-publishing options, right? Because if they really only want to print enough to hand to their 12 or 20 family members and they don't want to make any money on it, that's great, right? That's what the success looks like for them, and that makes their path pretty simple. If you're trying to get your message out to more people, especially to people you don't yet know, and you're trying to, whether it's telling a story or getting research out there or spreading an important feeling you've had, all of those things, you need to think, what does that look like? Does that mean that 50 people I don't know read my book? That's a pretty interesting goal. Does that mean that my book is sold in 3 countries? Or does that mean that I have 3 books with my name on it? You have to sort of soul search a little bit here. But the reason I put it here is a lot of us do things. We go and we try, we do effort, like we expend effort. Maybe we try to, put an ad here. We call people here. We give something, a business card here, but we're doing activities without trying to make them go towards the goal. So to put it back with the Alice metaphor, if you were to say, okay, I know what my passion is, I know where I'm trying to go, and then you just start kind of walking aimlessly around, not following the actual path, you're still not going to get there, even if you know where you want to end up. So strategy isn't this magical thing that some people have and other people don't. All it is saying, I want to get to this point. And that can be a goal or a process. I'm going to talk about the difference between those. And then, of course, you have to have measures and milestones. So let me dig into this a little bit, because this is the part where things get a little bit more, you need to expend a little bit more effort. It's not so much your heart calling as it is your mind planning and then your hands and feet working. So the difference between a goal and a process. So I heard this spoken once, and I thought it was very interesting. And depending on, again, if you feel yourself as an optimist, or if you feel yourself as a quote unquote realist or as a pessimist, whatever you honestly feel is the way your brain works, these can work a little bit differently. So they both are useful tools for different reasons. So the first, goals. A goal is I'll be happy when X, Y, or Z happens, when I accomplish X, Y, or Z, when I get X, Y, or Z, when I have arrived. Whereas a process is something that you control. It's kind of the day-to-day things that you can do. So an example of this is, let's say you're trying to lose weight. So last year I was trying to lose weight around this time. I should probably start again, but last year I was trying to do that right now. And so a goal is looking at the scale and saying, one day I want to look down at this scale and I want to have X number. I want to be so many pounds lighter. I want to weigh this much, whatever. You might be more, I want to have this much % body fat, whatever, right? So that's the goal. It's a thing that's in the future that you want to have happen. A process is something like, I am going to eat a salad a day, right? So you can say it's a goal, it sort of is, but the goal is short and continuous. And so the idea is it's something you can control right now. And if you were to eat a salad a day, assuming it's not just smothered in, not super great things, if it really is just a good healthy salad and it's just one more thing added a day, you'd be a little bit healthier, right? Your life would be a little bit better. And maybe you say, I'm going to go on. I had a family friend. They would go on 9-minute walks. So every day they said, we're going on a 9-minute walk. And often it would go longer than that because they're enjoying it. It's beautiful weather, whatever. But that one thing was something they could control right then, right now, that helps them progress. And so the difference between the two is, I think you should use both personally. Some people, a goal is actually daunting. They say, I want to get to this place. And they're like, I have no idea how to reach that. I have no idea how to get 1,000 people to my website. I have no idea how to get my book into the stores, whatever. So those can be daunting, but they're also useful. Whereas a process is something like, I'm going to write a little bit every day. That's helped me finish my books that I've written, is I'm going to write a little bit every day. So choose what things are useful to you. If you make a goal and immediately you start just feeling super down and depressed, then try a process instead. Say, okay, maybe that's too hard. Maybe instead I'm going to write a social media post a day, right? That's a process you can control. And then you can learn by doing, right? And so again, I'd recommend both. But whatever one you choose, measures and milestones are so important, because if you, again, don't know when you're going to try to get to something, you don't know when you're trying to accomplish something, and you never check if you're actually doing it, you're not going to get it done. Or eventually it'll fall off the priority list. So make a handful of goals, no more than 3 or 4. If you have more than 3 goals, really you have no goals because you can't focus on them all. Processes, same thing. Don't have 17 different processes or you'll run out of time and one day you won't be able to do them all, and so then you won't do any of them. So choose a couple and then go and do them, right? That's what strategy is. And then you be consistent. So we've talked about consistency in social media posting, how important that is, because you start building, you get the algorithms trained that, hey, this person gives some good stuff. I'm going to keep serving this to people. I'm going to send this to people. So making goals, I'm sure you've heard of SMART goals before, SMART. I'll say it here. I recommend just Googling SMART goals if you don't know these very well, but simple or specific. I've heard it both ways, but easily articulated either way. Measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So if you make goals like that, you make measures and milestones, say, hey, you know what? If I want to write a novel by December 31st, then by October 31st, I should have approximately half of it written, right? And if you start laying that out for yourself, those are the plans and tactics that help you actually accomplish your strategy or the passion that you're really trying to reach. So again, it's not rocket science. It's not magic. Strategy is just thinking where I want to go and how am I going to get there, right? And then being consistent with accomplishing that. So the third piece, let me jump on this first. So the question is, how do you reach your audience? We referenced earlier, finding those people that love you and love the things, or hopefully love the things you love first, I guess. The best way to reach your audience is in the way that they accept or prefer and in a way that you can accomplish. That's easy for me to say. But let's say your audience really just loves getting mailed letters, right? That's something you could accomplish, right? You could type a thing out, print it a bunch of times, pay for a bunch of stamps and send it to those people if you've been building up the list, right? But hopefully it's something easier than that. Maybe it's they go to a certain magazine and you could ask to write an editorial article. Or maybe it's, they read certain blogs and you can ask to be a guest blogger, right? Whatever it is, that audience that you've been mailing with and you've heard the things that they love, the things that they're interested in, this is the time you start engaging with them. And when I say engaging with them, I mean bringing them content, giving them stuff, not just learning what they're interested in, but actually doing it. So, you're putting your blog out there. Finally, you've been talking to someone. You say, hey, you know what? I have, I know you guys love this, these Jane Austen posts I've been doing. Did you know I actually have a book that's kind of like that? Or I know you love this research by so-and-so. I actually also have some research about that. So that's when you start putting those things out there. And I know that Valerie referenced the 80-20 rule. That's a pretty good deal. Sometimes it can be, higher or lower than that, but pretty much 80% should be giving them what they want. Then 20% should be asking what you need. So strategies, we'll talk more about this, but it's trying. It's just trying things. So the third piece, and this is built really, I put them as three kind of three finite items. Really, the way that I imagined it is it's a circle. There's your passion in the center. Then you have your strategy, and then you have your skills. That's really the way you should think about this. Is it's kind of a telescoping way of how you extend your reach. So, what skills do you already have? So, what and who do you know is the subtitle here. If you are interacting with the people and you know what they're interested in, how can you reach out to those people, right? What do you already know how to do? You know how to write. You've written a book, so I pretty safely can say I bet you that's a thing. Do you also do speaking engagements? Are you really good at consulting people, whether it's for their business or for their personal life? What skills do you already have? Are you a really great Excel whiz? What are the things you can do? And some of those may not be hard skills, but soft skills are important. Are you really good at listening? Do you know how to connect different people, right? Whatever those things are, that's the first bit. That's kind of like your wheelhouse to start with. Okay, I know I can do this thing. I could write a blog. I could do this. I could do that. I can lift up a phone, whatever. Then the next question is, what can you learn given your constraints? So there are things you could learn if you took a 4-year degree and then you did 3-year residency, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what are the things you could learn given what you've got right now and the time you have? What's kind of the next circle of skills and support or skills that you could garner? So an example for me, I really love to write fiction. Perhaps I could go a little bit further to creative nonfiction. So I could start kind of broadening that. Now that's, of course, just a writing thing. Maybe a marketing thing would be a better example. So let's do this. I know how to do a rough list serve. So a list serve is the idea of you write the thing, you put it into an email, and then it automatically puts like their name and some information that's applicable to them, and then it sends all of them at once. So instead of me typing up 100 different emails saying, hey, Bob, hey, Sam, hey, Sally, it's just you go, here's my email, put first name of person, second name or last name of person, dear, first name, last name, send. So that's something I could use. Well, maybe I could work with that. Maybe I could learn how to make a better listserv. Maybe I could make a better whatever. So look at what the next step is. And then the third part is magnifying your efforts further is who do you know that will help? So a few years ago, before I started at Cedar Fort, I self-published just this fun little book called Looking for Luck. It's a book on how to find 4-leaf clovers. It's a random talent that I have that I've learned how to teach people how to do. And so my friend, when I wrote this book and I put it out there, a few days later, he sent me back a picture of himself. He's an outdoors guy. And he had his hatchet in one of his kind of a holster on his leg. And then he had my book in the other pocket of his pants. And he sent me those pictures saying, hey, put this on your social media. And I didn't ask him to do that. He just wanted to help me because he knew that I love to write. And he had bought my book to support me and thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to be out with my dogs anyway. So why not take a picture? So there's who's on your team. I love this picture. I know I'm not a huge sports person, but I did play some rugby in high school. And I love the culture of it. I wasn't especially great at it. But what I love about rugby is it's the kind of sport where you knock the guy down and then you help him back up. Like literally the other team, your own team, whatever. And what I love about this picture is you can see this number 19, he's so much taller than everybody else, right? 16 is pretty short. But all these people have different skills, different talents. They have a different part of the job that they're trying to accomplish, but they're all trying to get that ball into the end zone, if we were using a football metaphor, right? It's similar in rugby, but not exactly the same. But that's who's on your team, right? And I don't just mean people that'll buy your book, right? Because we can get our parents and our siblings and our kids or whoever to buy our books. That's going to happen, but we need to find the people that will actually love our subject matter, and that's why they purchase, because that's how you get the platform built. I heard in multiple different places that you need about between 1 and 2,000 people to be super fans in order to make a living as an artist. So a super fan defined as they'll buy your t-shirt, they'll go to your conference, they'll drive, they'll buy a plane ticket to get across the country. Now it takes a lot more than 1,000 people to get to that number. But when you can find, it's not a huge number. I know 1,000 sounds big, but however many Facebook friends you have, right? It's not that hard to get to that number of people in terms of knowing someone. It is hard to find that many people that love your thing. I'll admit that, but it's not a million. You don't need 1 million followers. You don't need 10,000 followers even. If you can get 1,000 people that really love your stuff, that's enough, right? And of course, that's a living, right? And hopefully you could grow from there to be not just a living to where you're thriving. But the point is, who will help you? Who is willing? What skills do they have? Are they a coder? Can they help you build a website? Do you have a best friend that just loves to edit and they're willing to edit your work for your beta tester or beta reading? It's awesome, right? Whatever you can do to get some help, that's important. So here we are. I have a couple more slides. I don't want to go too long here because I want to leave time for the Q&A. But these are some case studies of some of the authors here at Cedar Fort. I'm not going to dig into these too deep. Some of these you'll notice as keynotes earlier after me and earlier today. But there are on this page, there are people who are Instagram social media influencers. There are YouTube social media influencers. There is a business person. There is a person on Instagram, but also does a lot of television. So you can see that's Matt Eads down there. And there's someone who does comedy. There's someone who does cakes. There's someone who's gardening. Again, business, lifestyle, health, grilling. Like what matters is what matters to you, and then finding those people that are willing to listen and are interested in that. So all these people are actively doing it, not because it's a chore that they're willing to stomach, but because they really love the thing they're doing. And so when you find that passion, it makes everything else work if you go with the other stuff. So I won't dig in too much into these. If you don't know these people, you should look them up. More Than Tattooed Mormon is her book. My Gardener is his book. My dad is a Muslim. My mom's a lesbian, and I'm a Mormon is his book. Or I'm a Latter-day Saint. Old title. My apologies. Grill Seeker. I think you can see my mouse. Grill Seeker is in the bottom here. And then this is, I'm going to forget her book. Fatima's book.
Fatima something. I can't remember what her book is.
It's, oh dear.
What?
Ready, Set, Be Still. That's right. Thank you. Tyler's got me in the back. And then Kate Confidence and On the Edge. She's got his book in the picture. Thank you. So go check them out. Go check out their Instagrams or their YouTubes. They're doing great examples. So simple truth about marketing, it's really about trying things. It's about testing hypotheses. And that means saying, hey, I have this passion. I think I have this goal. I think doing these things is what's going to accomplish that. Use the skills you've got. Use your support to consistently interact and engage with those people that love the stuff you love. The avenues are going to change over time. In 5 years, what we're talking about in terms of social media and things like that will be completely different. But this is a fundamental truth. Try things. Whether that's phoning up your local radio station saying, hey, I would love to be interviewed sometime. This is my book. Or it's sending out an email to all of your list that you have, friends and family, saying, hey, who do you know that love these things? Whatever. Try stuff and then measure it. Say, how did that go? Did it accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish? And then just keep on trying. That's the big deal. So I'm going to put this up here. I think we'll share these slides with you if you want them. But I mean, there are umpteen, endless numbers of ways you can market yourself. The way you choose your best is can I stomach it? Does it drive my passion? Does it keep me going? Then let's do it. And sometimes try something out of your comfort zone, because sometimes you don't know that it's the thing you're going to like until you try. So quick review before we have our 2-minute little activity is this is the platform building structure. Remember, it should be like a circle. The center of the target is passion. Strategy is how you reach out further. And then the skill you have is how you accomplish that strategy. And so 2-minute reflection exercise. I'll just do 2 minutes on the clock. In the back of your event program, if you still have space, or on your phone or whatever you have to write it down, write the 3 parts of the platform building structure and jot down ideas or questions you have or you want to have answered, especially in this Q&A right now. So passion, strategy, and skills. Write down each of those and write down thoughts for yourself or questions for us. Again, if you don't know what your passion is yet, make a short list. Are there things that you're like, you know what, I think I could do that, all the time, full time if I had the chance? And then if you finish those things really quick, if you still have time, start writing down the activities you're currently engaging in to market your book and see if they're fitting into those 3 pieces. Do you feel that they're going towards a strategy that you can accomplish to your passion? So that's what we're going to do for 2 minutes. We'll go till about 4:09-ish, and then we'll go from there. So I'll just turn myself off first. Okay, so Valerie's joined me. We'll jump into this. I'm going to do one last little note before we get into the quick Q&A. Is, who do you want to be? That's the real question about building a platform. Do you want to be a presenter? Do you want to be a lecturer? Do you want to be a friend? Do you want to be a consultant? Do you want to, be an activist? What is the thing that you actually, who do you want to be? And if you are really passionate about the thing you're trying to do, not only will it make it more interesting and more enjoyable, but it'll also make it more rewarding so that it doesn't feel like the activities you're doing are just a waste of time or why can't I be doing something I want to do. That is how you know that you're going the right way. When you care about the journey, you care about the audience, you care about the subject matter, you may not become a billionaire, but you will definitely feel accomplished and successful and fulfilled, which is the most important. And that's really why building a platform matters. And thank you for your time. So we'll roll right into the Q&A. So here we are. I'll let Valerie take over the technical stuff. I am just going to be here to help if you need me.
Tyler, you're on screen. Just to warn you. Okay, it looks like we've got some comments.
Thank you, Scarlett. You're welcome. And thank you, I guess.
All right, start sending us your questions. These are questions for the whole day, not just for platform building, but any questions you may have had for the entire day. This is your chance to answer them, or comments, I guess. We'll take those as well.
And I have Post-its in case I don't have an answer immediately. I will make sure that I'll get it to you. I think I should have the answers, but I believe in always trusting that you might not know everything. Oh dear. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I see.
Did I mess it up?
I see Aspen's here. Hi, Aspen. I'm going to email you sometime this week because I know you're waiting for that email.
I owe her an email as well.
I don't, but maybe I need to send her an email at this point.
Maybe.
So how do I decide whether to start a newsletter, a blog, or write more Facebook posts? Can I answer this one?
Yeah,
Is
sure.
that okay? So, in a perfect world, if you had all the time ever, all of them would be sweet, right? But with that structure that I gave you, the point is you have to say, okay, those are all activities. What is the thing that's going to best get to your audience? And what is the thing that you have the skills to do? And is it the thing that you can accomplish? So if you can write a blog, like if you can write a blog super fast, then that can be really great. I mean, a newsletter and a blog, the real difference is that a newsletter is you're sending it directly to their mailbox, but it's often kind of bloggy in content. Whereas a blog is the idea you're putting it out into the universe, right? Facebook posts, I think, are probably smart to do regardless. And so I think that's probably the right choice. Long story short is you have to look at what you're trying to accomplish. If your question is, let me hone in a little bit more. If your question is like, what's the best of all of them? It really depends on your audience. So if your audience is, on Facebook, then that's the way to go. If your audience is on Instagram, that's where you should be. If your audience is on Twitter, then that's probably where you should be, but it's hard to navigate.
And what are your talents?
Yeah, exactly. If you're already a pro at Facebook, then start doing that because you already know, and then expand into the other things. But if you're a pro blogger, then start there.
Yep.
Right. I hope that wasn't too convoluted.
All right. Oh, okay. This one's about submitting a manuscript. Okay. Very strict rules about this, Mark. It has to go through the submittable on cedarfort.com. You can find that link at the very bottom of the homepage. If you just scroll all the way down, it's at the bottom there. If you send it in an email, it just won't get looked at.
I'll read it. All right. I'm trying to promote my historical fiction novels with you guys, trying to self-publish a line of children's books and mother my kids. Can I hope for a personal life ever again? Is the setup of the funnel, landing page, social media pages a lot of work? Does it maybe slow down after that? No, it really doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of work at the very beginning, just setting it up and researching and figuring out how to do it. But even then, once you have it finished, it's still a lot of work to maintain and to keep it up, which is why I said repeatedly, just pick 2 platforms that you really want to hone in on, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. You don't have to be doing everything, but you do have to be doing something. And just try to schedule out a day. Like I said, on Sundays, I record 2 videos. I have a wife and a child. So on Sundays, I film and edit 2 5-minute videos. On Mondays, I write and draw. On Tuesdays, I do a live show. On Wednesdays, I write and draw. On Thursdays, I write and draw. And you just really, and even if you give yourself just an hour a day, you can figure it out. You can figure out how to do it. You have to figure out what is your end goal. If you're wanting to do this full time, that's a really awesome thing that not a lot of people can say that they can do something creative full time. If you want an incredible life, you have to do incredible things that no other people are going to be willing to do, and that takes a lot of sacrifice. And as all of us here are creators, we're all going to work every single day, marketing your books, trying to sell your books, trying to keep our jobs, going home to our families, making sure our wives and husbands are happy and our kids aren't dying. And then the little time we have, we write and we create. I stay up at night, or sometimes I wake up early in the morning. I don't know when you have time to do it, Valerie. You have 1 million kids.
3.
You have 3. Scott has a baby. I mean, it's all about trying to make time for it.
One thing I'd like to add is that in terms of a personal life, like I feel like everything that I do is part of my personal life. Like I love writing and I love working here and I love doing this. So I don't feel like I'm missing a lot of a personal life. So if you feel that way, then maybe you're not doing what's really your passion. Just put it that way.
And I noticed Scott Frazier, I like your name. I have the same one. If that
Hi,
was not
Scott.
obvious. So you didn't talk about podcasts. What are the advantages and disadvantages? Oh, sorry. What are the advantages and disadvantages compared to other marketing activities? So my wife and Sam, who works here, and a number of other people listen to a podcast called The Revolutions Podcast. He's now a New York Times bestseller because of all the people that listen to his podcast. So again, advantages and disadvantages. Advantages are they get to hear your real voice. So that, anything they can do to get to know you, for you to become their friend. Tyler has to go and help with something. Sorry. So that's really valuable. So if you have a very beautiful voice or you just love to get in front of a mic and talk, that is a really great option. And there's a lot of people that listen to podcasts on the way to work, especially if they have a commute on public transit or just playing it on their phone. So they're a great option. It depends on what your skills are and where your people go to listen. So if you are doing nonfiction, which I believe you do a lot of nonfiction, Scott, so then that sounds like a great option for you, right? And I think he's doing one, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah. So the Scott Frazier's podcast, check it out. But yeah, so it really just depends on if you have the know-how, the materials, the tech, whatever. That can be really great for you. And there's great platforms. Just make sure you put your podcast someplace people go to listen. So, I mean, Best World, you put it onto places like Spotify, Pandora, things like that. But also iPod like started it, right? So Apple podcast.
The iTunes one
is great.
Or Apple podcast, I think they all kind of are the same with different names. But anyway, that's definitely still the number one
that makes sense
to download. So if you don't want to fuss with all the rest of them, at least do that. Get your podcast on that one. And it's actually really easy to do. It's not that hard to do.
That's great.
And my perspective of it is the advantages of a podcast is that people can listen to it while they're busy. Mm-hmm. People can't read a book. People can't be on social media scrolling when they're busy. But a podcast can be listened to if they're in the car, if they're out for a run, if they're washing dishes, if they can have the headphones in and be putting the baby to sleep. So that's definitely the advantages, is that you can target really busy people. The disadvantages are that podcasts are kind of difficult to market. Mm-hmm. It's just another leg that you need to market, just like your book. So you've got to do the social media and all that stuff to back it up and to get it out there, because it doesn't just like appear magically, and there's a lot of competition. Yeah. So that's how I see that. Okay.
That's great.
Melanie's given us some advice.
She was answering Scarlett. So thank you for that answer, Melanie.
Pick a day to do the work. Use online schedulers. And I agree. And this is the advice that I give to authors when I'm telling them all this stuff during my strategy meetings with them, and they're turning white and getting stressed out. You don't have to do it all. You just need to sit down and schedule out what's most important to you.
Yeah. And adding to that, so that's great. Like, I agree with all that. This is a yes and. When you've been doing stuff for some time, you have to remember those milestones, because last year I wrote a short story every month, put them on my website. It was really fun, really great to get my writing better, and it was putting content out there. And then I was able to look and say, what, is this something I can keep doing? Timing wise, maybe it's a little bit hard to do every single month, but it was actually getting results. My website visitors was getting up. More and more people were liking my Facebook page, right? So I could see that success happening. If you've been doing something for months and there's literally no traction, then you should try something else. Yeah. So that's where you gotta say, okay, I'm going to try this thing for this long. So this is an answer to Scarlett again. If things are really hard, you can do these kind of smoothing, where you do a bunch of effort here and then you schedule it out. But you have to make sure you go back and look. That's what I think Tyler is referencing. He's back now if you can't see him. But that's why you have to go back and look, because if it's not doing that well, then you should try something else, or these are some of the ways you can do the same thing.
And here's something terrible. I'm going to say it right here. I give myself a 3 to 5 year buffer. A window to try something. You can't say I'm going to try this for a couple weeks. I'm going to try this for a couple months. It takes years for things to figure out. I started my YouTube channel 3 years ago. In the first year, I was lucky to get 20 views on each video. And then the second year, I started picking up, and then I sold like 10 books. And then the third year, in the beginning, I was still, struggling. And now it's starting to work. I cashed in a nice royalty check on my last book. But had I given it a couple weeks, I wouldn't have been able to be doing the stuff I'm doing right now if I'd waited a year. So give yourself a 3 to 5 year window of really trying something. I know that's a really long time, but like I said, if you want something really cool, you're going to have to do something that not a lot of other people are willing to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now I'll take this next one from Aspen. Newsletters are something I haven't really tried. Is there enough of a payoff to starting one versus building your social media platforms? And the answer we've been giving all day is it depends on you. And I know you, Aspen, and I know that with your audience being a romance writer, newsletters are definitely something that I would highly, highly recommend that you do. They work incredibly well for that genre, like incredibly well. We have one of our top romance writers. All she's done is newsletters, and she's doing really well.
She's killing it.
Yes.
Killing it.
One thing I've seen as I was listening to Scott and I was listening to Valerie and reading the comments from theirs and as well as mine is a big question is, should I do this? Should I do this? Will this work? And the real big thing is like everything can work. Everything can work. It just depends on which one you choose and how long you do it and how well you do it. So, newsletters are something I haven't tried. Is there enough payoff? Any platform, anything you do will have a good enough payoff if you really go for it. You just have to decide which ones to do. There's no secret. If you do Facebook with a mixture of Snapchat and you do a newsletter and you post it on LinkedIn, you're gonna get the secret magic $1 million. It's just work.
So can I make one comment? So this is the academic Scott from the business school. I believe that business and art have to always work together. The very best art you've ever experienced, there was a patron or that person was a business person. William Shakespeare was a businessman. His father was a business person, right? And all of the beautiful things in Venice are because the Medici family made a lot of money and then they supported a lot of artists. So you always have to think business and art. How do I get those things to work together so the one isn't consuming the other? So business side, email campaigns have some of the best conversion rates of all different kinds of social media campaigns. So just so you know, that's a pretty useful thing.
Okay, we've got one more question that is relevant, and then we've got to shut down so we can get Mike Ramsey up and running. How can we watch the videos from previous conferences? So I think she means from earlier today. So from last conference, which happened in February, those are all up on the YouTube channel now. They're public, so you should be able to find them. And then from earlier today also will be on the YouTube channel and should be on Facebook forever from here on out. Now that they've been live, they get uploaded and they just stay there forever. So, all right. So I'm going to end this here. Sorry if I'm missing a couple questions. We've got to get Mike up and running.
Mike. He's so good looking. Look at that guy.
They can't see him yet. So,
All right.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Okay, we are back. Mike, are you ready? Give me a head nod. I don't know if he can hear me. I'm just going to go for it and add him. And Mike, you're live.
All right. Yeah, cool. Awesome.
And I can see you. Okay. Do you have slides you need to get up on the screen?
Yeah, let's see if this works here. Okay.
Hey, everybody, I'll just do an introduction while you're working on that. How about that? This is Mike Ramsey. He is the author of, let me see if I can get this right. My dad is Muslim, my mom is lesbian, and I'm a Latter-day Saint. I think I nailed the title. He also has a marketing company called Nifty Ventures. And I think you have a second marketing company, right? That's Nifty something else that's specifically for lawyers or something like that.
Yeah, we have we're mainly focused on lawyers. We've joined some brands together, and so I have a few different things going, but yeah, we do marketing in the legal space. So
if you need legal marketing, Mike is
can you
your guy.
hear me?
We can hear you. There's a little bit of a lag.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So whenever you're ready, Mike, I'll turn the time over to you.
All right. Well, I'm excited to be here, and you know, at least on the virtual side, it's always kind of an interesting thing to do, and you know, I love doing conferences in person. I think I've probably spoken. Sorry, I'm just moving some screen stuff around for this. I think I've probably spoken at well over 200 events now. And so I love being in crowds, but I'll take the virtual side as well. I think it's still a great way to connect. And so if you have any questions, I hope that you can pop those up. And I believe Valerie will be sending those or seeding those questions to me afterwards. So I just want to, you know, we talked a little bit about Nifty, a little bit about speaking, but I want to go back and just tell a little bit of story about how I got here. So college, I sold pest control. This is me. It's a few of my friends. We were selling in Utah. This is at the old Mayan for all of those in Utah who would remember that place. And I always had this dream. And I wanted to live in a big city. I wanted to live in New York. And I took this picture actually when I was there. And I was like, you know what? I want to do this. I want to end up here. But then this happened. And this led to these. And because this and these happened.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
Early Idaho, which was our hometown. And at the time I was managing this pest control group, and I was going to end up being the chief marketing officer of that. And so we were able to build a house in Burley because I was going to be able to work from anywhere, which was just fantastic. You know, I felt like life was working out. We were just a little bit out of college, but there was this thing here, and that is, you know, right there is where we lived. You can see there, and you can see this trail here. And that went to my mother-in-law's house, and we call that place Mordor of Tears, the actual trail to the house. It's like a canal road. And it became quickly evident that, like, now that my wife lived next door to her sister, she lived within a mile from her mother. This, you know, was never going to happen. I was never going to end up in New York. And to make matters worse, when my wife was pregnant with our very first child, and the day we broke ground on that house that I showed, I had a meeting with the company, and some things changed in my contract, and I had the choice whether to stick with it or walk. And I ended up walking. And so I left the room with no job, building a house, a pregnant wife, and no idea what I was going to do for work. And I was building a house in Burley, Idaho, where literally there was just no options. And so that's kind of where it starts. That's where my marketing journey starts. And so I was taking this class at the time to just wrap up my final semester of college. And it was called B250, if I remember right. And it was a business internet marketing class. And the idea of the class was that you had to start a business during the semester, have some product sales, and then if you wanted to keep it running or close it down, but basically you were just judged and graded on if you could get a business up and running during the semester. So I came up, being in Idaho, I came up with a kind of crazy idea, and that was hugeidahopotato.com. I keep the website up to remind myself of how bad I was at making websites and to just kind of remember where it all started, right? So I had this site where we were selling potatoes. Funny enough, that potato in this lady's hand, she used to be like holding a dog snout, and I photoshopped out the dog and put the potato in there. I mean, it's just so bad, right? But this was like me just figuring it out in college and trying to learn as I was going. So like I got into this and we started selling some potatoes. And I was like, wow, the internet works. I've made $100. I am going to do this for a living, because you can live on $100. And so, over time, I decided that the best thing I could do is help other companies. And that's where Nifty started. And now looking at Nifty, we've done, I don't know, a little over $30 million. We have 25 people in Burley. And we're doing like mass amounts of big marketing, like big dollar spends, all types of stuff. And so as I look back on it all, there's just there's several lessons that I think I've learned that are applicable to any type of marketing. And that's what I want to talk about today, because quite frankly, like everyone's a little different. Every book's a little different. What you're trying to accomplish with your books are a little different. So I was trying to think of something that I could share that would at least translate, across everyone, some rules and lessons that I've learned along the way that translate to all things. And so the first one, and I think you've seen quite a bit of this today, is can you see my screen now, Valerie? I'm getting a text.
Yes.
It says that. Okay. So has it worked the whole time, or was it?
We just missed the first slide, maybe two.
All right. Sorry. It might be cutting out. Like my internet was working so good today, but let me just tell you about Idaho. I think we have like on the charts the slowest internet in Idaho. And so like I pay for the fastest that I possibly can. And right before I started doing this presentation, I was running speed checks and I wasn't even hitting 1 meg. And like we pay for a gig. And so I was like, oh, of course, worst timing ever, for that. It worked all day. I was watching on Facebook and now here we are. But hopefully it works. I've got your text up. So if there's any issues, let me know and we'll try to figure it out. So lesson 1, you have to tell your story. And I want to talk to you about what I mean by this, okay? So I look at, like, in my life, there's lots of different stories I can tell. And it depends on the audience and what I'm trying to accomplish as far as what this story is. So, for you to listen to me about marketing, I can't just come in and start talking about my writing, because that's not super relevant. But if I talk to you about my marketing company and potentially the origin story, all of a sudden you're like, hey, he's done quite a bit. I should probably listen to this guy. And so you've got to look at your circumstance and figure out what your quick version of the story is that leads to interest, that will lead to people wanting to understand just a little bit more. So as I think about like my book story, it's this, here's me and my mom when I'm a little kid, and I know what you're thinking. Oh, so cute. Yes, I was a very good looking little baby, and I don't know what happened since then. But even though things look really happy in this picture, it kind of changed like over time. And I look back and try to figure out why. And it's very clear. around the time I was about 9 years old, my mom came out to me, and this was in Southern Idaho in the 90s, right? This was a really hard time. And shortly thereafter, she had a partner. So, here's my family. This is what I grew up with in Southern Idaho through the 90s. And, to complicate those matters a little more, my dad is a Muslim, my mom's a lesbian, and I'm a Latter-day Saint. Right. And so, like, with just setting that stage, as far as story, you either are interested or you're not. And if you are interested, there's probably 1,000 questions in your mind. And then the rest of my time, in wherever that is that I'm telling that story, will be spent trying to answer those questions, whether I'm trying to perceive what your questions are, or I'm opening it up and asking you. And so as you look at being an author, that's your most important thing for marketing. Not just for your book, but actually for marketing, is your quick, fast story that can set either the interest or create no interest. And so you've got to work a lot on that. And I would say, like, the very first story in my book is kind of this, like, funny take on setting that stage, on saying my dad's a Muslim, my mom's a lesbian, and I'm a Latter-day Saint. Okay. So spend time on that, and it plays into what they've talked about on the platform as well. You stick to that. Everything relates back to that core story. All of the information you share, everything else. Okay. So that's lesson number one, is definitely nail down that story. I cannot tell you how many times I've talked about hugeIdahopotato.com in front of all types of audiences, but it resonates. People are like, oh yeah, that's a really bad website. Right. And then they look at it, and it just kind of shows, like, this progression from doing that into this marketing company. So in the business stuff that I do, like, that's a good intro. So focus in on those, come up with that story, and just work it over and over and lead with it in all of those opportunities. Okay. Lesson 2 is this, and that's to get a bag. And yeah, I know I spelled bag wrong, but it's because it's known as something else. It's called a big, hairy, audacious goal. Now, where does that come from? It comes from a book that I love called Good to Great, and it's by Jim Collins. It's a business book, but I look at it for any type of successful project. Like, it just kind of lays things out. But this is probably one of the most important things, and that is that you come up with something, and this is a long-term goal for your marketing, for your book, for what you're trying to do. If it's multiple books, if it's you personally as an author, you have this overarching, big, hairy, audacious goal. And part of the framework to think about this with is the following. So the place where it says win, right in the center, is where you build your big, hairy, audacious goal. It's a balance of what you love, what you're good at, and what potentially pays well, if that's part of, what you need to have happen with your work. And so that big, hairy, audacious goal for you, all of these might be accomplished if that is that you land a publisher. It might all be accomplished if it's something along the lines of if I get 10,000 followers on this thing that I'm able to continue to sell, whether that's an email list or something else, right? Like you just set that one single goal, and it can be a combination of a lot of things. But once you have that goal, everything you try to do is to accomplish that. So, like, looking at past goals that we've had, either for personal side or for business, was like, one for me was get published, right? That was this goal. And so I went this route. Now, what's fascinating is sometimes you find out that what you set might not be the best goal for you. After you've achieved it, you change and move to the next thing. When I look back at Nifty, our first goal was to make the Inc. 500 list, right? And so we set that. And once we accomplished that, we had to up the ante. And so it was like, okay, we're going to set this next goal as far as growth is concerned to reach this certain level. And that's been a 5-year goal to get there. And everyone that's involved on any aspect of the project knows the goal, they know the plan, and we always bring that up and talking about what we're doing, trying to get there. Okay. The next thing, lesson 3, is steal what works. Okay. Now, I think this is a wonderful quote. This was from Steve Jobs, and he said, "Good artists copy, great artists steal." You might look at that and you're like, plagiarism is the worst. Well, it's not that. It's you're taking the processes, you're taking other things that people have done, and you don't just copy them to be like them. You take it and think of how to do it potentially a little better, in a better way. But it's also looking at competition, spending time looking at that competition in business, or if you're an author, and you're looking at how other authors have been successful, and you're seeing their model. And while you can't just mimic them, you can come up with your own spin on that. So I just ran through an example today just for fun. And that was this. I went to Amazon and I'm like, okay, I want to find somebody that I have no idea who they are. But they're doing decent on Amazon. So I went and I loaded up the fantasy genre, and like this book was number 11. Okay. It doesn't have very many reviews yet. They're doing some decent sales. It's book number 2 in a series. And I just thought, okay, so clearly they're doing something right. This book has gone up. They've made the lists. They're fair. It seems to be a fairly, an author that's not well known in a series that's not well known, but they're constantly getting better compared to trying to go and copy somebody who's like just absolutely famous, and they're the top book in the fantasy and they have millions of followers selling millions of books. So that's why I grabbed this one. It was just like, they're doing something right. That's probably achievable by most people if you figure out their model. So if you take a situation like this, you can somewhat go and reverse engineer it. And the best place to do that is on Google. So I went and I did some searches. And the searches are going to be around something like the book's title, A Snake's Life, reviews, or the author reviews, or the author interviews. And you start to compile this massive list of different things that they've been doing that are actually getting noticed. And the great thing about using Google to do this is because Google's algorithm is based on, authority and popularity of websites. Like, as you start looking at the first couple pages, these are generally sites that if they're reviewing, they have quite a few followers. They have quite a few things going on. And so it starts becoming a very good list for you to figure out how you can potentially get on those same websites, how you could potentially get to know whoever's owning, that website and be featured or whatever the case is. So like right here, as I look at it, it was like fantasticfiction.com. And then we have this one here, where this one was kind of interesting. As I clicked on, it was a comparison between 2 books. And so all of these people that are writing this content, they need content, and you can provide that for them if you just get in front of them. Right. So that was one little trick. And I've used that so many times across so many different things for writing and otherwise. So like when I was looking at, my book, I was like, okay, well, who's done this before that's been, successful at it and got a good reach. And the first name for me that came to mind for a book that was very similar was Tom Christofferson. And so I was like, okay, what I need to do is compile a list of everywhere Tom's been, right? So I went through, and as you can see here, here's the top places. And some of these, it was like, yeah, I have no choice. I just probably won't get a chance to do it because it was set up by DB or somebody else. And other ones I could. And so I just started figuring it out. And instead of just copying him in his approach or his story, it's like, no, I'm going to use going back to my own story. I can do this my own way, but you can use these spots to figure out, and shortcut where it's been, where it works. And a lot of times on these sites, like for instance, if it's a podcast, you can go and see how many views this, they had on a podcast. And so you can see what type of audiences there are. So anyhow, next lesson, let me see here. Yep. Okay. Next lesson is to be a barnacle. Now, what's a barnacle, right? A barnacle attaches onto something much bigger and goes wherever it goes. And so you rise and fall with whatever that is, right? And so barnacles, generally, you'll find them on the bottom of boats or something like that. So it's a very small creature that attaches to a very big vessel. So like this has probably been my number one way of growing audience over the course of my career across every type of thing I do. And so like if, here's a search for my name. There's a lot of Mike Ramsey, so I add the Burley, Idaho, because that usually shows up in most interviews or something like that. And I've probably done 100 or so of these on different websites about different subjects. There's some for business. And then as I started getting into writing the book, there started being a lot more on things relating more to that and outside of the business world, right? And so like, as I attached on to these websites that had a lot bigger audiences, they needed people to interview. And because of the story being fairly unique, they're quite interested in that. I'm able to get on, right? And have some great conversations and start growing an audience that way, being heard through all of these other places that are much bigger, that have bigger vessels than mine. And so like going back to goal setting, when I had wrote the book, and at the same time, I was like, there was I went through some serious depression actually, and there was one like I guess you'd say podcast website group that I just found the content to be very helpful for me, because it was hitting on subjects at that time that I really deeply cared about. And that was Leading Saints. Kirk Frankham runs a podcast there and then puts out tons of great content. And so I was listening to that a lot, and it was like helping. And I just thought, I was like, this is perfect. Like, this is perfect for me to listen to, but it's also perfect for me to tell my story here too. And so I did my really quick pitch to Kurt, and just said, here's a little bit. And within a short amount of time, he got back to me on that and was interested. And then I was like, listen, I also think, you've dealt with a lot of things in this sphere. You'd be a wonderful person that could help me make sure that my book's, not awful. Like, you can give me some good advice. And so he helped a ton, actually, as I shared, like early copies of that. I think it was even before I went with Cedar Fort, but it was just really quite amazing to be able to get involved with him. And now, this is like years later, I help with him all the time. I've been on there multiple times, and I'm on the board for Leading Saints because I've brought that value there. But really, I look at it as just a way to, like kind of pay it back for the things that it's done for me. So like you can find those places, and you should, and going the barnacle approach, especially if you don't have a big following to start, it is the shortcut and fastest way to being able to go and doing this. All right. So that's Leading Saints, and I definitely think they have some fantastic content. So I'll give them a pitch right now. Now, moving on to lesson 5, you have to own your list. Now, let's talk about what that means. I think this is very important. Okay, so when I talk about owning the list, it means that you need to look at all of these areas and understand what is owned, what is paid, what is earned, what is social, and how that all plays together. Okay. So when you look here, the most important things that I want to talk to you about are things that you will always own. And so that is your website, your own blog, and your email list, right? That's that's things that you actually own. Do you own Facebook? Do you own your own Facebook page? Even though that shows up here in the embassy section as being kind of a mix of the social platforms, you technically don't own it. Yeah, it's yours. You can choose what to post on there. But the problem with that is that I've seen Facebook, I've seen Google, I've seen all of the social platforms change over and over and over and over. And I've seen them gain popularity, lose popularity, etc. For instance, if you're trying to target a younger generation, you're always going to be targeting that younger generation. Facebook might not work for you, right? And it used to, but now all of a sudden you have to have this huge following somewhere else. But an email list or a mobile phone number list or something like that, like it never dies. Like you can continue to talk to those people over and over and over. Even addresses, physical addresses. So it's important to separate those things and have a balanced approach. If all of your time is going into social media, then you'll constantly be chasing like this changing bear that just it's kind of infuriating. And it's led to me backing off of a lot of social, even though you can do a lot. Like I would 10 times rather have an email list than a social follower, simply because I own that. I choose what happens there. I can hit them up. I can do all types of stuff that you kind of lose access to through some of those social channels. So think about that and play across the board, but realize the ultimate goal is to get things that are owned. And for most of you, that's going to be an email from somebody. So however you can go about doing that, the better. Okay, lesson 6, help all the time. This has been a really important lesson that's helped to get in front of a lot more audiences. And that's because of this. Like when you look at people who are content creators constantly, whether they're podcasters, or they're running news sites, they're running review sites, everything else, it's so easy for them to get stuck in a rut. And what happens usually when they're stuck in a rut is they end up like the content usually starts to slack and not be quite as good. So then you end up getting a little more promotional approach to that, and it just kind of stresses them out. So when these sites find people who can give a lot of value, it's a big deal. And I think traditionally, like we're always trying to hang on to our secrets, whether if you figured out some things and you're not sharing those or whatever the case, we tend to just kind of hold back or not want to give that out. But what I've found through the course of everything I've done is the more transparent I am, the more I share that's like good sharing, helpful things, the more opportunities come from that. So as you're going out and trying to build your owned media and then also going and appearing on potential others' own media and different things like that, like you have got to share and help. And so a big part of that platform, whether that means you're talking about a specific, share a ton. Or if you're a self-help book, a cookbook, whatever the case, like share. And I think if you err on the side of providing the most value out of everybody else. And that is a very good way to build audience. Okay. Lesson 7. So sometimes you have to pay. I've been to so many marketing places and marketing conferences and heard so many pitches on marketing, and so many of them are based on like trying to build without paying. And bottom line is it's just hard to do. Like if you're not willing to pay for ads on social platforms in particular, potentially even Amazon, it can be hard to play, because the way that, we look at it, I think is like, hey, it's what Facebook can do for us. And Facebook's like, no, it's not what Facebook can do for you. It's what you can do for Facebook. Right. And they want your money, especially if you have a page, they want your money. And what I've seen is this, like, this is where a Hootsuite study just showed this recently. And they said that for a Facebook page, if you have all your followers, let's say you've amassed, I don't know, let's say 10,000 followers on a Facebook page, and you post something, only 5.5% of your own fans, people who you worked hard, potentially even paid Facebook to gain, will ever see that free content. Like, they want you to pay to post. And that's how you get the reach. Okay. And so you can look at that and be like, oh, it's not fair. And you focus a ton on trying to get engagement numbers up, but you're fighting a losing battle over time, because no matter what, if you're in any type of business, if it's not just a personal page with personal friends, they want you to pay for it. And that will be the continued trend, which is also why I always recommend owned media, building an email list compared to potentially a Facebook following, or the same thing like Instagram. Right now, it's owned by Facebook, but Instagram, like there's probably a little more organic reach, but we're starting to see that shift as well, to where it will get to where if you're a brand trying to do things there, it's going to cost, and it's already well down that road. So let me show you some ways though that you can use this to your advantage, and just pay for the ads. When subjects come up in media, or when there's hot topics around things you're interested in, around things that relate back to your book, to your platform, everything else, you have to be quick to jump on it and share meaningful, valuable content. So I went, and this was when they announced the change for children of LGBTQ people who previously couldn't join the church till they were 18, and they, shifted that policy away. So I wrote, this piece on when Revelation changes, my thoughts as a son of a lesbian. And I go through some stories and experiences I had around Revelation, not necessarily on the subject, but just things to relate, to try to help gauge how this could have happened and the change. Okay. Now you can see down here, this had 5.1 thousand shares. And I think we ended up driving it was a ridiculous amount of traffic, 30,000, something over of people read this piece. But while the bulk of this was organic, it didn't start that way. The way that I was able to get it in front of a lot of people and start that share was by paying for it. So let me show you how this works. This was the ad information. So to just talk you through this, I set up, and we spent $415 total dollars, which resulted in organic plus paid shares. So traffic wise from paid was 5,000, which led to, 15,000, 20,000 organic visits. And each cost to get there was 8 cents, which was really low. This was a very well performing campaign. And I set it up to target, as I think was shown just a little bit earlier, we targeted specific people around. I didn't just limit it to Idaho and Utah. I did across the United States, but my demographic targeting was super tight on church members, super tight. And so this is what the ad looked like: a very engaging picture, and then the title of the piece, and a little, see more clicks, tons of clicks here, a ton of contents, tons of engagements, lots of shares organically. Every ad ends up having a different count on it, which is why you see that. And there was multiple versions, but that sparked it out. Now, if you are a published author and it's hard for you to advertise, you're probably not putting ads out there that are driving straight to Amazon, because, the publisher is actually the one that controls the Amazon. So you don't have data into that. You do control your website. And so one of the things you can do is post content there and have advertising there to try to build your following up, build people interest, get emails from this, everything else. So that was a very, very effective for that. And that was right before our book launched. Okay. Lesson 8, balance, consistency, and quality. This has always been probably my weakest area in all of marketing. And that's this. I usually, if I go and do something, it's usually pretty big and pretty good. And that way, it has big reach. But the thing that I've never really been able to do is be consistent with that. So like I'll have one hit wonders, and the nice thing is like replicate that because there's so many people, right? But I'm just talking about me, my personal marketing, my personal brand building, my personal stuff that I go into. And so this is where you have to figure out the balance, because I've been able to be successful still not being all that consistent, but focusing on quality. But I've seen a lot of people who have been successful focusing on consistency. Those who achieve really high levels, though, balance both. They have amazing content. They have amazing ads. They put a lot into it, but they stick to a decently regimented schedule. And if, especially for series authors, for anyone that's trying the average person doing what you do, it has to stand out. And the approach to doing that is going back over these lessons. It's creating really good content, generally around whatever your story is. And then after you have that content, you need to have a little bit of ads, build the audience around that, and be willing to push out just a little. Now, you don't need to spend as much. You can spend little. If you have the budget to spend a lot, do so. And then if it's good, it will have a lot of organic reach after that. And if it's not good, you'll see really quickly that it doesn't, and your ad costs will go up and you'll have to pause the ads. And so that's that balance. And you'll know you're doing right when your organic reach is way outperforming what you're spending on, and that all of those people are coming back and landing in your own pile of getting their email address, their phone numbers, their physical addresses, whatever it is, which allow you to continue to talk to these people over time. So with that, I'm going to switch over to the questions. But before I do so, just one little pitch. I published the book. I was super hot on pushing it out, and then COVID hit, and then I was like, I'm done. I'm not even going to talk about this and focus on other things. So I'm back to starting to focus on the book a little. I think it's a good book. Of course I think so. I wrote it. I hope that if you've liked what I've talked about, then you can see a little bit more of my philosophy and where it came from. That's really what the book is about. It's about overall life philosophy and things I've learned through the process of that. There's info on business. There's info on sexuality. There's info on faith. I mean, it's kind of far reaching. And then also I would invite you to follow me on Instagram. Right now, that's the one I'm doing. My TikTok game's not up to snuff, so I don't have anything there. But if you come to Instagram, I don't post often, but when I do, it's usually pictures of my kids doing really stupid things, and it's quite fun. So if you would like to hit me up there, I would love that. And then if you hit my website, mikeramsey.org, you'll see that the book's listed there. And there's also a place where you can put in your email, I believe, and end up on a list that I will target you forever. All right. And with that, I'll go to Valerie for any questions that may have came up.
Okay, everybody. I
will stop sharing the computer.
I don't have any questions yet, but while we're waiting for those to roll in, list your questions for Mike. This is once in a lifetime chance to ask Mike Ramsey a question about marketing. So while we're waiting for those, I'm going to bring up something that we're going to do because of this marketing conference. It is a contest. The contest is to 1, bring up your engagement, 2, increase your followers, and 3, increase your visual appeal or your production quality of whichever platform it is that you decide you want to use for your platform. And this is going to be done by a percentage. So if you are starting from 0 and then you end up with 100, then you've increased yours, by 100. And so everyone will kind of, by doing it by the percentage, hopefully they'll even people out. So because it's a lot easier for people who already have thousands of followers to add on 100 followers. So you have to have this done. I want you to submit it to me before the March marketing conference. And then we'll look at all the submissions that we have of how much you've increased. So go take a snapshot right now of your social media, where you're at right now, and hold on to that because you'll need to submit that. And then what it looks like in March at the next marketing conference. And you can win a prize, a big, big prize. So we're going to give away 3 prizes. The one for the most engagement, increasement, followers, and the visual appeal. So hopefully that'll work for everybody. And then one more thing while I'm waiting for a few more questions to come in for Mike is if you use the code author on the website right now, you can get 40% off. And it's just for you guys, and it's only for today. So if you're watching this and it's not September 10th, 2020, it will not work for you. Sorry. Okay, let's look at some questions here. I still don't have questions. I have comments. Mark says, got Twitter. What do you mean by that, Mark?
Yeah. So I used to, I was actually, that was my main platform for a long time. And it's probably where I have the most followers actually, because it was really good for my business area of emphasis. But I actually found that Twitter got to be too political, and I backed out completely. So it was more of a personal choice. But I look at social a little differently. Like I respect people who build out their brands on social, focusing solely on social. I'm still a little more of a traditionalist where like I'd probably prefer to do so on very targeted podcasts and websites where I can write. And that's where I've done the most over the years, and it continues to build audience. And I tend to use social for more very like personal compared to promotional, as much as I can. And you know, you can do both. I've seen people build absolutely amazing things, and I'm definitely willing to pay for ads more on social, but I just don't do most of my personal.
Okay. And also I just want to add with Twitter that
My social is Mike Ramsey, if you're asking that. So it's just Mike Ramsey. Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, that's okay. We've got quite a bit of a lag, so it's kind of hard to have a conversation. But I just wanted to add for Twitter that the optimum posting amount for Twitter is 15 times a day for Twitter. So you have to really be dedicated to Twitter and really love. I mean, there are people who love that though.
Yeah, and I was part of the conversation, you know, in my industry for a long time there, and so yeah. But I rarely post. I paid somebody $500 to get the Mike Ramsey name, even though you're not even supposed to do that on Twitter, because it was such a big part of building business, sharing content, getting. We used to drive a ton of traffic through it, but man, it's too political. It's too political.
Yeah, it's rough. It's worse than YouTube comments. Okay, so here's a question from Valiant Jones. I think he wants to hire you to do his marketing.
Sorry, if you ask me something, it paused really bad. I think I'm on a super bad lag right now.
Can you see the question on the screen?
Yeah. Okay. Do you do social media marketing for authors who might be overwhelmed by this conference, and what does it cost? You know what? I don't. We've consolidated our services to where we strictly focus with law firms, and so that's actually a really good lesson. Is just as you create that big, hairy, audacious goal, part of that is being the best in the world at it, and like. I'm not the best at marketing for authors, and my company wouldn't be the best. But like quite frankly, we're in the company of the best in the world at marketing for law firms. So what I would say is, if you're going to hire that out, you need to find that person that is the best at marketing for authors. and learn and follow and do what they're doing. And I totally get the overwhelming side of it. And so it's like, it's biting off what you can, and you don't need to do it all, and that's what I found. Like, for too long, I tried to manage it all, and for my personal brand. And then I was like, you know what, I'm sticking to podcasts and then writing in different appearances and different things like that. And my social approach is mainly ads.
Yep. Okay. There's another question on the screen for you.
Mm-hmm. Is there anyone who brings all these services to authors by genre and clean content for a fee? I see my friends hiring personal assistants, spend a lot of time doing things that could be automated. Yeah. So we use a ton of outsourced work just in all the type of stuff that we do. And I think that's a great way to do it. I know a ton that have hired assistants. The best ones I've seen, especially if you're going the social route, instead of outsourcing it to a company, approach that way, that's going to be just doing more of the menial tasks and some things that you can either set up for automation there's tons of automation type platforms, but it's hiring a college student that's super into social. That's generally the cheapest and easiest way to find someone who's interested in what you're interested in and can either mimic your voice or add to that same thing. And so let's say you're a fantasy author, you can go to a college's writing school and try to find someone who has that, and they would love that experience, especially if you're somebody who's publishing quite a bit and just ahead. It's a very good relationship to have. So personal assistants, I'm totally for that, and I've seen it work really well.
Okay, here's another one from Julie.
So with books, I mean, I'm losing money on books, right? Books fuel other things. So when you look at other services, and I think that's the other thing too to think about is there are models where you can make money with books, but if that isn't your model, then potentially use your books to lead into these other services. So like year one for me back in the day when I started Nifty Marketing, we made money. Like we made, I want to say $50,000 in providing services for other people. And it was mixed at that time. And the writing I was doing on these other websites and the speaking, that was costing me or free time. It was either costing me time or money to travel to the events to do those things before I was being paid to do those. And I just sold the services. And so, as Valerie talked about, she talked a little bit about funnels. One thing I think is important when you're thinking about that approach in marketing, there's another step to the funnel, and that's called the value ladder. And the value ladder is like new products that you can potentially continue to offer to people that just kind of up in value each time. So it's like maybe books is your very first one, and it's kind of a low value thing. You're charging ladder, then you can have maybe a paid mastermind group, and you can then have a paid private consultancy that those ticket items start costing.
So Mike appears to be having difficulty with his connection here. I think I can actually continue the conversation of what he's talking about and fill in the gaps where he may have cut out for us. But what he's saying is that you are always upping the value in the funnel to see where people will. There's a tripwire point where people will spend enough that means that they're 10 times more likely to spend the most on the big ticket item. Now for Julie, she's a romance author. And so like what Mike was saying, it's that consistency for you, Julie, of continually having books coming out that is really going to work for you. And hopefully Mike can he's gone, but I'm sure he'll come back. Let's see. Let's just give Mike a minute to get back on, see if his connection will pick back up. I wanted to add just to Shannon that there's a place called Fiverr that you can hire people to be a digital assistant. And you can do it. They call it Fiverr because the idea was that services cost $5 to start. So you can hire it out individually, or you could probably find somebody who could do it all the time consistently for you on there. Or like Mike said, hire a college student who's eager to get into these sorts of things and work on this. So hopefully Mike will come back. Let me see if he's texting me. Let me just ask him if he can get back on. Apparently the internet's pretty spotty in Idaho, I guess. Amazon ads. Okay, he's trying to get back on right now. While he's trying to get back on, for those of you who registered early enough, you got a program in the mail. Early birds, this is what they got. So that's what happens if you don't register early enough. But on the second page is this QR code. This is the same as we did for the in-person conference. So yeah, Aspen 2020 is the best year ever. This QR code will take you to a Google form that you can fill out and leave feedback for the conference. If you didn't get one of these, you can just leave your feedback in the comments, I guess, and that would be fine. And I hope that you guys have found that we really listened to you last time, your feedback and what you guys said you needed and what you wanted. For those of you who made it to the conference in February, let me know if we did a good job of delivering the information that you guys felt like you really needed. You guys are the whole point of these conferences. It's all about you and what you need and how we can help you the best. And then also figuring out, part of the reason why we started doing these conferences in the first place is, one, because I'm a glutton for punishment, because I like to work. But two, Bryce asked me to put together a group of authors that could kind of be like a focus group. And I was really struggling to get people all in the same place at the same time. And so I thought, what if I trick people into giving me feedback by offering them something in exchange? Because people didn't want to just show up and then give feedback and for nothing. So my idea was to do the marketing conference. And so that's how it all started. So it's a great way for us to get feedback from you guys, for you guys to get the help and the education that I think you need. I think Mike is still having a problem. Let me check my message. Still not able to get on. They had a bad windstorm up there in Idaho too, apparently. So Aspen, you're not the only one who suffered from the winds. And everybody else who's in northern Salt Lake and north of that was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. So if you guys have any more questions, I think that Mike is not going to make it back, unfortunately. But what I'll have him do is answer questions in the comments. So please continue to leave your questions in the comments, and he'll just have to type them up instead of leaving them live. Thank you, everybody who came. We had consistently people watching all day. So I know that there are people out there who are learning from this. If you need to go back and you need to watch anything from the first block of the day or the second block of the day, they should be available on our YouTube channel, which is Cedar Fort, and our Facebook page, which is Cedar Fort Books. So you should be able to find them there if you just click on videos on Facebook. They should be at the top because we don't post videos very often. And for those of you who are overwhelmed with everything that we talked about today, just remember that marketing and your platform is about finding what works for you. So if none of this speaks to you, then maybe none of this is what you should be doing. Maybe you need to do like Mike was saying, he focuses on getting on podcasts and writing articles and that sort of thing. Maybe that's what you should focus your time and your energy on. And, you know, maybe in a couple months, come back, rewatch one of these and try out Facebook again or try out Instagram. Just try one of them and see if you can get some traction following these rules. That's what the contest is all about, is to see, oh, there's Mike, is to see if you can get this traction going. I'm going to bring Mike back up because we got a couple more questions. I'm so happy he can answer these. There you are.
Sorry, I had to load by good old LTE on the phone, so we'll do what we can.
Okay, let's get back to the questions. They're dying to know things. Let's see. Did you answer this one from Norman Shirtliff?
With Nifty, did you start out reaching out to Idaho local companies? Yes. Yeah, I actually did. But I found that actually did not work as well. So I was like trying to hustle. This goes to narrowing your focus, whether it be in your writing, in what your niche is. I was trying to be everything to everyone. I take whatever type of work with whoever we've got. And over the course of my career, we've just continued to narrow focus. And as we've done that, we've grown dramatically. Like our best year of growth is when we cut away from other things that we're trying to do, because we're just focusing in too many directions. And so like, could you start with a nationally focused approach and then come into, but just have it be really set on a very specific thing? Yeah, definitely. And you can build a reputation that way as well.
Okay, he asked a second question as well.
Okay. So hiring, I've always leaned on the side of probably hanging on to things a little too long. And the thing that I was good at, though, was replacing myself. And so whatever my responsibilities were, I would try to master those things and then just start seeking to find someone to take over those responsibilities. And our growth has been limited by how quickly we were able to find that. So as soon as I found somebody that I felt like could confidently take that over, then I would put it off my plate. And that would just continue to build and continue to build and continue to build. And so it's probably not the fastest growth story ever, but it's extremely good growth. And it was profitable in that process and everything else. And so, just I wouldn't necessarily say when you have a person that can actually do it and do it better than you. And so now I look at the company. I stepped out of my company 3 years ago. I don't work there on a daily basis. I check in with my managing director there, and he runs it, and he's better at it than me. Like, he just is, flat out. And it's because I learned it, found the skills and qualities that it took, and put somebody in there that would be super good and run, and then get out of their way. And that started very, when I was doing everything all the way up till now. And, I'm sure that's why authors get to where some authors stop writing and they have people just write for them, right? They do the ghostwriting because they're like, I'm just staying out of the way, right? They have somebody that can do it better. But that's how we've built it. Okay,
I'm going to read these out just in case anybody's listening and not really watching. I do that all the time when I listen to these types of things. I want to make sure they don't miss the questions. So Scott wants to know, you mentioned that Facebook was losing ground as the best place to market to younger demographics. So what social media is best for the younger and then the older age groups?
Okay. There, when you look across the platforms, there's always exceptions, but bottom line, if you're doing anything B2B, it's LinkedIn. It's a great place for it, and Facebook, I would say. For an older generation, then Facebook has the oldest demographic data and most users in that age range. And as you start looking at it, once you get to people even in their mid to lower 30s, there starts being a higher interest in Instagram, and that carries all the way down to high school students. But right now, TikTok is truly overtaking Instagram in a lot of different areas, and TikTok's becoming kind of that really young generation platform. And so like if a high school student right now, if you talk to them, they'll probably not have a Facebook page. Their parents won't let them be on Snapchat. Their parents don't know what TikTok is and how bad it is. And so they're probably on TikTok, and then they have, they're playing around on Instagram, but they know their parents have Instagram too, so they're watching them there. Snapchat, Snapchat's a little different, where it's more of a back and forth communication tool, but that's still a younger generation, generally 20s to 30-year-olds, and then lower. But that's the mix. So if you're targeting teens, Facebook's probably not your platform. But the Facebook ad platform is both Facebook and Instagram. You can choose where those ads appear from that same platform. And so you'd be on Facebook to set up Instagram ads.
All right, we got one more question. What's next for you, Mike, from Norman?
I don't know. I'm still I'm kind of in the middle. I'm in the middle of several things right now, actually. So I'm kind of a project-based guy, and I just take on different projects at a time. So last year was heavily focused on the book, getting the book launched, starting to go out. And right as I was starting to get speaking gigs and stuff like that, we had COVID. And so that just absolutely ended a lot of things there. And so coming back out of that, I'm going to be focusing on quite a bit of investing. I'll probably write more, but if I did another book, it would be in the business space. And I definitely am focusing, because I got on the Leading Saints board, I'm trying to focus on being an advocate in the, what would I call it, the LDS LGBTQ crowd, as many acronyms as we can possibly throw out. So I'll continue to do things there as well.
I think I'm a lot like you. I have no idea where I'm going to be in 5 years. I'm just happy where I'm at, working on the projects I'm working on, and I'll be happy with whichever one comes next, I guess.
We this year, so like our big goal, our big, hairy, audacious goal for the company, the overall company of Nifty, is getting hit. Like we're accomplishing that this year. And so now I'll spend, the rest of this year and then the beginning parts of next trying to refocus and come up with the next big, hairy, audacious goal. That's kind of where I'm at.
Here's a question from Aspen. She says, on your rule 6, help all the time, did he find that cross collaboration was helpful? And what's the measuring post between was the measuring post between worth it and giving yourself away for free?
Yeah, I've always looked to give away content and different things for free, and find that it comes back to it comes back in a lot of different ways. And so that's never been a problem. And like for cross collaboration, if you're looking, I kind of look at that as more barnacle.
the way I looked at it is, if a person has a bigger audience than me, then I'm definitely willing to do things for free. Because I'm gaining access to their audience, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which has a huge value. So I will put a ton of time in to accomplishing that. And in that type of cross collaboration, I think that it's definitely fair. And that's the right type of pitch. If you're trying to go and like, the wrong pitch is, hey, I need you to push my book. You know, I need you to mention this and do it. But if you're creating content for somebody who needs content, they will love you, because it is hard to be consistent with content, even for the people who are really good. And so that's an area of collaboration that you can, there's just so many opportunities that lead to people being able to be in front of bigger audiences than they themselves have.
Yeah, I think if the content is quality, like we've been trying to hit home with all day, that it's definitely worth the time, definitely. And if they have a bigger audience as well, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, that's the last question that Aspen snuck in there. We've got to let Mike go because he charges $100 per minute after his first hour. I'm just kidding. He does not. I hope I didn't give you any ideas. Don't tell Bryce. But thanks, Mike. Thanks so much for joining us and sharing your insight and your wisdom with us. I don't know if they understand how lucky they are to hear from you about marketing.
Yeah, just to throw this out there, like I listened, I had it playing on the side. I was doing several calls during it and different things happening, but like the advice that was given was solid. You know, it was very specific, and it was very good towards what you're all working on. So I was super impressed with Valerie and team on their content. There's very little I disagreed with, actually. And so that was, just know that like you got really good advice from the team today. They told you all the right stuff. And I think the key is, though, like, it's so overwhelming. It's so overwhelming to think of all the things that you can do. And just know, from somebody who's kind of been through it in different things, from the author side, but also just on products and business and all types of other sides, you don't have to do it all. If you can, great, do it. You know, you'll probably you can grow a little faster, grow following a little faster, but like, bite off what you can chew and do that part well. And that's the number one thing that I would leave with you. Is just bite off what you can chew.
All right. Thanks, Mike. I'm going to let you go. Have a great evening.
Have a good one. See ya.
Okay, everybody. I think I was able to mention all of my closing stuff before when Mike cut out, and I see people are dropping off. It's dinner time. I'm starving and I'm exhausted, and I bet you guys are as well. But I just wanted to let you know that if this is overwhelming to you and you need some help, you can make an appointment with me, and I will just brainstorm with you. And that's what I do. That's what I'm here for. I'll just brainstorm with you and figure out what your talents are, how we can use those the best, and give you some advice on which direction to go with which platform and what you need to do. So you can email me or you can call me, and we can set that up. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. Have a great evening.